Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 here at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. We are in Opelika, Alabama, here at this gorgeous 24 dedicated court facility, completely covered as you saw, so none of the elements are a factor here today, even though it is technically still outdoors, open on the sides, creating a nice fresh breeze rolling through. But it is our men's and women's doubles day. Lauren McLaughlin here with the head pickleball pregame show. Our ladies are kicking off a little bit later today, around 12:30. They have a smaller bracket, but we will have some of their matches, of course, here on center court as we get started. But we will be streaming all day long on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us, as always, here supporting the APP Tour. Very excited to get into the action here. Again, this is a Tier 2 event on the APP Tour. No championship Sunday. We will play all the way through our gold medal matches each day. Tomorrow is our final day of coverage with our singles, and we'll crown a champion every day here in Alabama. Always a great time. And with these Tier 2 events, you'll see some familiar faces and you will meet some new ones for sure. Coming up in our first match of the day, we have familiar faces, Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold, taking on probably some new faces to you guys at home, Mitchell Vegas and Tim Mullane. So that's going to be a great matchup. Again, we're getting into about our quarterfinals here now in our men's bracket that kicked off a little bit earlier today, but tons of action still to come. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll take a short break. We're back here on center court and into the Alabama Classic right after this. Good morning and welcome back here on court for, as I mentioned, the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic here in gorgeous Opelika, Alabama. My very first time ever in the state of Alabama. So far, extremely lovely people here in the state. Very welcoming. Everyone here in Opelika has been just so accommodating, so nice. All of the volunteers helping out. And we are on court with our number 1 seeded team here as we kick off today. Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold on the near end. They take on Mitchell Vegas in the white and Tim Mullane in the gray on the far end. Vegas out of Atlanta, Georgia, 28 years old. Mullane out of Cumming, Georgia, 39 years old. Definitely have their work cut out for them here against a very passionate team of Hewitt and Arnold. Great patience so far as we're kicking off into game 1. All right, we're just going to see who's going to outlast the other here in this. It's Arnold who starts it off. Well done. Vegas with a bit of a pop-up. Arnold gets the put away and a quick Andiamo right out of the gate here. And there's going to be a lot of that with this team, no question. A lot of shake and bakes, a lot of poaching.
4-0-2.
Les Self is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this matchup.
Zero, 4-1.
Definitely looks like Vegas and Mullane are looking to slow this match down. They're looking for not a ton of pace. I think they know all too well that Arnold and Hewitt can handle pace really well and counter it, so I think they're going to try and keep things slow and wait for their right moment to attack, like you just saw there. Good speed up there, the upper body of Hewitt. Just misses that back corner. You can follow along with our brackets on pickleballtournaments.com. Definitely, we'll see if Arnold and Hewitt let themselves sort of get sucked into this slow dinking strategy it seems Vegas and Mullane are good with. Yeah, if you're gonna get into dink rallies, you gotta be so precise on your dinks. There's not a ton of room for error, slim margins. You just gotta keep it in play. Very sort of fundamental pickleball happening right now. Good coverage of the middle there. Of course, Hewitt a lefty, so that puts 2 forehands in the middle.
4-2-1.
Nice job by Vegas handling those speed ups from Arnold. Yeah, a little high on that from Vegas. It's going to be tough. Again, Vegas and Mullane, if they want to get into those dink rallies, that's great. And they're doing really well with that, but they have to be so precise. As I said, can't leave anything too high, can't put it into the net. It's just really tough. And Mullane with a couple speed ups in a previous rally, but not a ton of pace on those speed ups. And of course, Hewitt and Arnold handle pace so well. Our standings list here for the APP Tour is sort of accumulation of points across the last year. It's a rolling cumulative list. We have, of course, at those top 3 spots. J.W. Johnson, Zane Navertil, and Dylan Frazier. Rafa Hewitt on court now in that number 9 spot. Julian Arnold, I can't imagine too much farther down the list, but certainly hoping to break into those top 10 spots for sure as he continues to have good results here on the tour. All right, there's a little bit more pace than we've seen from Arnold and Hewitt. They had to bye their first round, then defeated Jaden Broderick and Nick Ray. Just a little low for that speed up. Patience has been working so well for Vegas and Mullane. They really got to stick to it. Don't try to rush anything. They might be feeling a little bit more pressure as the score gets a little more lopsided, but they just need to stay steady. Vegas and Mullane also had to bye their first round, then defeated David Seckel and Zach McDivitt. This is a quarterfinal matchup. All 4 of our quarters are set. Oh, what a pickup from Arnold. And again, that pickup forces Vegas and Mullane to hit one more shot, and by doing so, it creates an opportunity for an error, and you saw it. Both Vegas and Mullane thought the other was hitting that shot, and so they both laid off of it, and then no one gets it. And now we have a game point here for Arnold and Hewitt. And it, ooh, off the tape and out of bounds, so Hewitt will not get the game on his paddle, at least this time. Mullane was there, had a paddle out, looking to cover the middle, just didn't get.
10-1.
Great job from Mitchell Vegas. He was handling the pace from Arnold super well. Nice job getting on top of those shots, keeping them down, not popping them up. Really nice job. 2 big holds from Vegas and Mullane there.
2-10-1.
Just missed it. Close.
2-10-2.
That's a nice serve there from Mullane. Nice reset from Arnold. Oh, he's ready for it. Nicely done from Mitchell Vegas here as Arnold going for that Ernie. A little almost out of his reach. Barely got the top of his paddle on it. Good sportsmanship. Everyone talking about who's the correct server. All right, Mullane with a little pace this time. You can hear Hewitt say to let it go. Definitely would have gone out, but Hewitt loves to counterattack. when that ball gets sped up. Really good movement. Vegas and Mullane not getting into too big of a pattern. Putting that ball in different spots involving both Arnold and Hewitt. Get the error from Arnold. They're making a little run here. Oh, great save there from Mullane. Big come on there for Rafa Hewitt. Vegas unfortunately gives him a little too much angle to work with. A little one-handed backhand. Another game point here. Arnold and Hewitt. We'll see if they try to end it on a flashy note or if... Oh, there will be no flash to end that game. But nice little run there from Vegas and Mullane. Let's see if they found a little bit of something that works that they can implement into game two. We'll take a short break. That's coming your way right after this. Back into the action here in Opelika, Alabama at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. We have in the far end our number one seeded team here in men's doubles, Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold. They take on Mitchell Vegas in the white, Tim Mullane in the gray on the near end. Hewitt and Arnold, big lead in game one, looking to close it out, but Vegas and Mullane made a little run. Let's see if they can roll some of that momentum into this second game, keep it a little bit closer. Wow, great block there from Mullane on this drive from Arnold. Look at the angle he puts on that. Pulls Arnold off the court, opens up a lot of options. Hewitt tries to put a paddle on that, but really nice job there from Tim Mullane.
1-1-2.
Just wide there from Arnold. Arnold, 31 years old, in Austin, Texas now. Rafa Hewitt, originally from Idaho, now lives in Auburn, Alabama, just about 10 minutes away. Good attempt there. A lot of local fans out here supporting Rafa, some of his students that he coaches. Again, seeing some nice dink rallies, good movement of the ball. I was a little surprised. That seemed like an attackable shot there for Arnold, but instead took a bit of a step off that line, got caught. Mullane's caught him with that same shot in game one. Having a little more success here in game two.
3-1-1. Point. 4-1-1.
Oh, great hands. That was off his body. Wow. Great job here. That ball was actually off Hewitt's hip, and then he hit it. So either way, that ball was dead. Vegas and Mullane again found some success here. Great spot again there from Mullane, finding success. Jamming up Hewitt there on that left hip.
6-1-1.
If you're trying to jam someone up, you do want to target
6-1-2.
their dominant hand hip. So because Hewitt is a lefty, that left hip is where Mullane has found some success. Nice job from Arnold getting that shot down. Again, right at that left hip. Mullane just keeps catching him there. I'm not sure what the answer is for Hewitt. Needs to maybe slide a little bit more. Oh, wow. Great pickup there from Arnold. So Les Self overrules this out call. Yeah, it looks like it caught the line, I'd say. Very close. Again, when it's hit so fast, hard to tell live.
3-6-2.
All right, if I'm Vegas and Mullane, if Arnold and Hewitt start to gain any momentum here, I might look to call a timeout. Oh, catches Arnold off the back of the shoulder.
Here. 6-3-1. Point.
Looks like I wasn't even sure. Yeah, Mullane definitely had that ATP. I wasn't sure he had enough room over there to get a good spot on it, but Hewitt's ball kissing that tape and staying on the same side.
7-3-1.
All right, Arnold getting a little aggressive here, coming over in front of Hewitt. They both have very similar styles of how they want to play, so I think they both understand each other well in terms of knowing when to just let the other get engaged and kind of stay out of the way. Oh, Rafa Hewitt switching paddles to the right hand here for this next shot. Might have been going out.
3-7-1.
Great job with that hands battle. It's tough. I mean, Arnold and Hewitt, they're playing catch up here right now. Got to get your thirds in.
3-7-2.
And Vegas and Mullane have done such a great job getting ready for these speed ups from Arnold and Hewitt. That can be tough.
7-3-1. Out. Second serve.
It'll be very interesting to see if Vegas and Mullane can continue to put points on the board, try and close out this second game.
Point.
I've been a little surprised here. I mean, look how far past the kitchen line that ball landed for Arnold. If he stays on that kitchen line, he can take that out of the air easily. I've been really surprised that Arnold and Hewitt have been playing as subdued as they are. There's a couple rallies we've seen them, you know, with a little bit more pace, but I expected much more out of them, and I think they're getting some opportunities and not taking advantage. But Vegas and Mullane are. Rafa Hewitt literally kissed the net.
3-8-1.
All right, so Arnold with the speed up, which again, I don't mind. I do think they need to mix up the pace a little bit here. But Hewitt just wasn't ready for it to come back, and Vegas and Mullane have been handling those speed ups so well. Oh, that might have been going out. Couldn't quite tell from my angle on the side here, but
4-8-2. Slide out.
butt tap there from Hewitt with a nice put away there from Arnold. Again, there's the speed up, gets a bit of a pop up, big two-handed backhand put away. Good recovery there from Hewitt. I think Arnold and Hewitt, it's going their way when they're speeding up at the right time. All right, there we go. A little bit of fire, and again, when I'm seeing both of those players yelling and chest bumping, that's when you call a timeout. There's the timeout that I was hoping Vegas and Mullane were going to be smart enough to call, and they were. Again, players like Arnold and Hewitt that are very fiery, they'll let you know when they are feeling good about the way they're playing, because they will get loud, which they just did. That loosens them up. It makes them more confident, makes them want to go for more. Usually that means they'll start to pick the pace up a little bit as they're sort of sensing the gap closing. And this is the time Vegas and Mullane have to be so mentally tough, because, again, you're facing the #1 seeded team. You know, on paper, you think, okay, I'm the underdog. I got my work cut out for myself if I want to take down this team. And they have had a good significant lead here in this second game, which is disappearing quite quickly these last few rallies. But they have to be able to do what needs to be done. Hewitt, I mean, great job. Literally, Arnold was tossing the ball to serve, and he stopped him because he thought they might have been the wrong server. But always ask if you have any bit of doubt. Great job coming out of that timeout. Vegas and Mullane took care of business quickly, got that side out.
8-6-1.
Oh, no. Oh, we have not seen an error like that, except very early in the first game here. Miscommunication about who was taking that. All right, a little wide there from Hewitt. Vegas and Mullane know they need to close out this second game and force a third, because they cannot leave the door open for Hewitt and Arnold to get back in. Arnold trying to set himself up for that Ernie, taking straight up with Vegas. Oh, I mean, great spot there from Mullane. Again, just look at where he places this ball on Arnold. Right at that right shoulder. Again, right hip, right shoulder is going to jam Arnold because he can't get his paddle in a good position on that side that's going to have any decent result. And a game point for Vegas and Mullane. All right, so they've regained a bit more of a cushion here, but can they hold on to it? I mean, Arnold, we saw yesterday several times Arnold miss-hit an overhead, blaming the canopy, which is white. It can make it a little difficult to see. Just means you got to focus a little more, keep your eye on the ball. Maybe don't rush it so much. Everybody's dealing with the same canopy that they got to look up at on those overheads. So look within, players.
10-6-1.
All right, back to a game point here as Hewitt and Arnold cannot make any headway. And they get it done. Again, quick hands from Tim Mullane on that sideline. And game 3 coming your way here in this quarterfinal matchup. Let's see if the boys from Georgia can get the upset here. We'll find out right after this. Game number 3, I'm sure Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold are not happy about having to play here as they let Mitchell Vegas and Tim Mullane get back in game 2 to force this game 3. We'll see which team is able to take care of business here. Rafa Hewitt, Julian Arnold on the near end. Mitchell Vegas in the white, Tim Mullane in the gray on the far end. They'll switch ends at 6. Les Self is our USA Pickleball Certified referee. Lauren McLaughlin here on the mic. Thank you so much for joining us here at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. Oh, yeah, I mean, much too high there for Arnold. It's almost like he changed his mind in the middle of that shot and what he wanted to do.
1-0-2.
Again, I think Arnold trying to set him up for a possible Ernie on that sideline, dinking straight up.
0-1-1.
Oh boy, great pickup there from Mullane. All right, the chest bumping continues. Nice Ernie there, and great tomahawk
1-1-1.
from Hewitt. I suspect we might see a little bit more pace out of Arnold and Hewitt here in this third game.
2-1-1.
Especially if it is getting them good results like that. I mean, Julian Arnold, look at him avoid that pole. Then comes back again, doesn't ever go in the kitchen, so he doesn't have to reestablish. If you don't go into the kitchen, you do not need to reestablish. So even though he jumped the corner, crossed the net after he hit that, never came into the kitchen. So easily, you know, again, doesn't need to reestablish. He was already there. I love it. The double Yola paddles. Rafa Hewitt has taught Arnold how to put his paddle on the handle. It's a Rafa Hewitt special. I guess he's not so special anymore if we got more players doing it. But they definitely are rolling some momentum here. Only up in front by 2. But a really nice timeout from Vegas and Mullane. They had 2 really big, exciting rallies that went Arnold and Hewitt's way. And you could see how pumped up they were about it. That's the perfect time for a timeout against a team like that. Let's see if Mullane and Vegas can slow their roll a little bit. Or if this train will keep a chugging. Yeah, just too high on that third from Arnold. And a great timeout. Vegas and Mullane did exactly what they needed to do coming out of that timeout. They got 2 stops, get the ball back, and now they need to go to work. So tough. Hewitt just back on those heels. I mean, watch all his weight. Shifts back. There's nothing he can do. That ball clips the net, and there is no time. And then puts the return into the net. We're tied at 3.
3-3-1.
Again, Arnold's looking to set himself up for that Ernie. Hello, Fred. Thank you so much for joining. I mean, we talk normally about how the team that speeds up first generally doesn't come out on top. That has not been the case here in this match. Vegas and Mullane, they are speeding it up, and they're getting the results that they want right now. And they are 1 point away from triggering the end change here in this third game. Hewitt and Arnold with the timeout. All right, everybody in the YouTube chat, I'm paying attention. I see that Fred is watching from Fort Myers. Put in the chat where you are watching from. I'll give you guys a shout out. Love seeing where everybody's watching from around the country and the world. Thank you for joining us. And hopefully you'll be joining us in 2 weeks when we are back for the Sunmed Houston Open, followed immediately by the Hilton Head Open, one of my favorite tournaments of the year at beautiful Palmetto Dunes Resort. We're streaming, of course, both of those tournaments as we're looking to close out our 2022 season.
Time in, 5-3-1.
All right, in from the timeout. Jay Shuttlesworth, Augusta, Georgia. Nice job from Hewitt and Arnold. Keeping them back, opening up the court. SV, Richmond, Virginia. We got Thomas in Tustin, California. TM in Hawaii. Amazing. Oh, Darian Young. Hey, what's up? I hope it's the real Darian Young. Matthew in Franklin, Indiana. Ooh, Alexis, Alberta, Canada. Love it. International in the house. All right, so it's Arnold that speeds up, and it is Arnold and Hewitt that come out on top. Drew in Oxford, Massachusetts. Ooh, Marcia, another Canadian. Odoth, of course, Arizona. Oh, trickles it over. Mullane's there, though. All right, the pace is starting to work for him. Katie in Cleveland, and she's coming to Hilton Head. I love it. Tempered is in Vietnam. Amazing. Another Ontario, Canada. All right, all tied up at fives. Hewitt and Arnold now looking for the end change. Oh, and they'll get it with Vegas just from a really low spot trying to speed that up. Bit impatient.
1 minute timeout.
Ooh, Laz Brown, Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. Donnie in Littleton, Colorado. Ooh, K-Gig in Connecticut. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it. And appreciate every single one of you guys watching. Martin from Aruba. Oh, hello, that sounds amazing. Appreciate every last one of you guys watching, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook. We love seeing you guys, especially in the chat. Sherry from Utah. Man, we got just all over the country and the world. David, Eaton, Ohio. It's Jack's birthday. Which Jack? Whose birthday is it? Who do I have to say happy birthday to? W, amazing. All right, the yelling continues. Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold now on the far end for the conclusion of this quarterfinal match. Tim Mullane in the gray, Mitchell Vegas in the white on the near end. I mean, the pace continues here. Art from Atlanta. Junius, Sarasota. Good dig from Arnold. They get pushed back. Let's see if they can work their way in. They can. Oh, it's good. Oh, wide. It was wide. All right, just wide on that sideline here from Hewitt. Oh, he's blocking us a little bit.
5-8-1.
Ian Moss from Detroit. What's up, Ian? Michiganders unite. Again, Hewitt almost jammed up on that left hip, but handles it this time. Gets a good paddle on it. Kendaline from New Jersey. Rodrigo in Utah. Just a little short there from Mullane. Keith from Okeechobee, Florida.
8-5-1.
Oh, almost. Oh, wow. Really nicely done. There was pretty much Julian Arnold and
Second serve.
Mitchell Vegas going at it on that one. And Mullane got involved, put that one away. Nice hands. Julio in Houston, Texas. Brian in Rochester, New York. Such good patience. Mullane probably had a yellow light on that speed up. Wasn't super low, but a little low. He definitely had to get under it a little bit more to try and get it up and over that net. Man, you guys are all over the place. I love this. So many shout outs. I don't have time. I'm trying to commentate some pickleball. Just a little short there from Hewitt. Road to Awe, Dayton, Ohio. We got D. Ford in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Wow. Yeah, a little wide on that sideline. That's tough. Joey in Laurel, Mississippi. Good morning, Slim. W, I see you. Dan in South Jersey. Laz, you did see Stephanie Lane. She's in the house. Oh, my goodness. Oh. I mean, great job from Arnold getting on top of that. We got the fist bump. We got the shoulder chest bump. And we got a match point. Luckily for Arnold, didn't have to blame the ceiling if he missed that one. It goes wide. But really well done from Mitchell Vegas and Tim Mullane. Hard-fought match here. We will take a short break, and we are back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic right after this. Welcome to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt as they head to the semis. You're the number 1 seeded team here today. And of course, we know because of yesterday, some new pairings. You guys have played one time together in Atlanta. But sometimes on paper, a team looks great. Sometimes in reality, it doesn't work so well. How do you guys think your sort of personalities, your styles mesh well together?
I think personality-wise, we're great. We're both fiery, intense competitors who love to give everything that we got. I've played with a lot of lefties actually, but I think Rafa's definitely the most talented one, or the most aggressive one, I'd say. So learning to share the middle a little bit more versus just being that left side player is a little bit new. But I think we talk very well and communicate, and we're doing a pretty good job. So,
I think he said it specifically. You guys are very fiery players. You love that. You have to feed off of each other, I imagine. Saw some chest bumps, a lot of yelling out there. Do you want that in a partner, someone that you can just ramp it up with?
Yes, for sure. At any point in time, if he takes over the whole entire court, I'm right there cheering him on as well, in the point. So that's what I love. It's nice when you don't have to do it all the time. So
you can be the calm one sometimes,
exactly.
Rafa. Just let Julian get crazy. I like it. Well, congratulations into the semis. We'll see you there in just a few matches, but don't go anywhere. Another quarterfinal match is on deck here at the APP Alabama Classic. We'll be right back. back into the action here in Opelika, Alabama. Lauren McLaughlin here courtside for our men's and women's doubles day. We have on the near end Gabriel Tardio in the brown, Eric Forsyth in the white. They take on the far side in blue, Marshall Brown, and in the gray, Stephen Bass. Oh my goodness, that was a bit of a Jeff Warnick, if I have to say so myself.
0-1-1. Second serve.
Gabriel Tardio, 17 years old, out of Jupiter, Florida. Eric Forsyth, 34, out of Bayshore, New York. Oh, into the booth. Marshall Brown, as I mentioned, in the blue on the far side. We got two local boys. He is from Auburn, Alabama, 27 years old, while Stephen Bass is from here, Opelika, Alabama, 29. So definitely going to have some family and friends, I imagine, in the stands cheering them on here in this quarterfinal match. Tardio and Forsyth are the number 2 seeded team. Brown and Bass, the number 10. It's going to sail a little long. Tom Richardson is our USA Pickleball certified referee.
0-1-1. Second serve. 0-1-2. Right out.
It's nicely placed. There's not a ton of pace there from Forsyth.
1-0-1. Point. 2-0-1. Second serve. 2-0-2. Side out.
So in another quarterfinal, Casey Cullen and Ryler DeHart defeated Pablo Tellez
0-2-1.
and Diego Motovar. Oh, nice hands from Brown and Bass. So Hewitt and Arnold will face Cullen and DeHart in the first semifinal.
1-2-1.
And Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow defeat Jack Foster and William Sobek. Winner of this will face them in the second semifinal. Oh, hey-o.
Point.
I mean, Stephen Bass has got some length to him, no question, so that makes him very effective at the
2-2-1.
Ernie. Great job. Bass read that so well. He started sliding to his left as he anticipated that speed up from Forsyth, was able to get a nice forehand on that. Good pickup. Oh.
3-2-2. Point.
Again, just great anticipation from both Brown and Bass
4-2-2.
for these speed ups. Forsyth is
Point.
speeding these up with not a ton of pace. I think you got to wait for the right moment, and then you do have to have a certain level of pace on the speed ups. Otherwise, you know, good players, their anticipation and hands are so quick.
Side
I mean,
out.
some really great hands again in that exchange. Brown just pushing that wide a little bit. But they are out in front 5-2 here in game one.
2-5-1.
It's a tough pickup there for Forsyth. He was on the move right at his feet.
Second
That
serve.
usually does not come back.
2-5-2.
Another pickup from Forsyth.
Side out.
Very similar as he's moving through that ball right at his feet.
5-2-1. Second
I mean, a
serve.
couple great gets there from Bass and Brown, but Tardio, extremely quick hands.
5-2-2.
Also has some height and length to work with. Loves to go for those Ernies as well. Haven't seen him
Point.
go for one yet this match, but I anticipate we will probably see one.
6-2-2. Side out. 2-6-1.
Oh, thought that might have been wide. Oh, that is in. Oh,
Point.
tough way for a really great rally to end. Nicely done by all four players throughout that rally. Some really nice gets.
Three, 6-1.
If I didn't mention, Tom Richardson is our USA Pickleball Certified referee.
Four, 6-1. Second serve. 4-6-2.
Got it. Right up
Side
the
out.
middle. Able to maintain a 2-point lead here in game
6-4-1.
one. Nice
Point.
deep serve there from Stephen Bass.
7-4-1. Second serve.
Again, great hands all around. We're having some phenomenal hands battles here between these four players.
7-4-2.
Oh, switched his paddle to his left hand to pick that up.
Side out.
Man, I mean, I just don't understand how players have the wherewithal to switch paddles, switch their hands in the middle of a shot. It's crazy.
Point. Five, 7-1.
Oh, great job from Marshall. That ball set up a little high. Got on top of it well.
5-7-2. Side out.
Sails long as Forsyth going for that speed up.
7-5-1. Point. Eight, 5-1. Point.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from
Timeout. Receiver.
Tardio and Forsyth as Brown and Bass
5-1.
2 points away from taking this first game and still on first server. I've got to see Marshall Brown in the blue there a couple times now. Definitely got to see him a little bit yesterday play in mixed as well. Extremely good player. And again, these Tier 2 events on the APP Tour, I really appreciate them because, again, we have been able to see some brand new faces, some new talent. There is just so much talent at the top level of pickleball. And yes, certainly there are sort of levels within the pro bracket. There's the top elite players that everybody knows. They're hitting the podium all the time. You know, there's the second, the third tier pros, but it's so awesome to be able to highlight some of the pros that maybe people at home don't know, because the talent really is so deep and continues to grow as more players enter. It's fabulous to watch. I love it.
9-5-2. Side out.
All right, 2 good stops here for Tardio and Forsyth. Let's see if they can string a couple points together here.
5-9-1.
Tighten it up.
Point. Six, 9-1. Second
Nice
serve.
coverage there from Bass. Again, he just has really, really nice anticipation.
6-9-2. Side out.
Great job back and Forsyth up into that I combined no man's land and transition zone. No transition zone. It's the new name for it, guys. I meant to say that.
Second serve. Nine, 6-2. Point.
A little wide there from Forsyth, unfortunately, and that will be a game point
10,
for
6-2.
Marshall Brown and Stephen Bass. The hands just too good. That's the other thing too about these Tier 2 events. You have a lot of new partnerships that maybe on paper they look amazing and then they don't really work on court, but that's the fun of it. New partnerships, new pairings, and game 1 goes to the number 10 seed over the number 2. Can they complete the upset in game 2? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Game 2 here in this quarterfinal matchup. We have 2 local gentlemen on the near end. Marshall Brown in the blue, Stephen Bass in the gray. On the far end, we have Gabriel Tardio in the brown. Oh, good effort, and Bass is on the court.
Side out.
And we have Eric Forsyth in the white on the far end.
0-0-1.
Brown and Bass took game 1 11-6. Just looked very confident, super fast hands,
Second serve.
anticipated really well. Definitely the pressure is on for Tardio and Forsyth here to make some adjustments. Oh, great pickup from Forsyth. I mean, again, some of those gets were just unbelievable.
1-0-2. Point.
Yeah, just pushing that a little wide. Brown knows he cannot have errors like that.
2-0-2.
Yeah, Forsyth just a little too high, not enough pace on that drive.
0-2-1.
Great job from Bass again. Very tall player. I'm going to say 6'2" or 3.
1-2-1.
Great switch. Oh my gosh. That was beautiful. Just a little floater here from Stephen Bass again after the switch. Oh, just so good.
2-2-1.
Oh. A little too late on the switch. I think Brown, as he hit this, I think obviously Bass thought he was going to go back to his spot. Brown, I think, said switch a little too late.
Point. 3, 2, 2.
Great poach there from Stephen
Point.
Bass. As he gets a little piece of Forsyth.
4, 2, 2. Side out.
So I'm not sure if Gabriel Tardio and Eric Forsyth have
2, 4,
played
1.
a tournament together before. My bet is probably no. Have seen again some new partnerships here today.
Second serve.
Such an angle from Bass there again. He's got the length and the reach. He can
2,
reach
4, 2.
into that kitchen, take that volley, and create a really nice angle.
Point.
Oh, that was a nice third drive there from Forsyth. Kept that extremely low
3,
after a
4,
very
2.
low, good return from Brown.
Side
Yeah,
out.
Brown and Bass are doing an excellent job of placing the ball low and at the feet of Tardio and Forsyth.
4, 3, 1. Point.
Great job. Took a little something off of it. Didn't swing all the way through that shot. Sort of a half volley, half
5, 3,
block.
1.
Managed to keep that in.
Point. Six, 3, 1. Second serve.
They don't come out on top of that, but Gabriel Tardio is usually so good at the speed ups. Very deceptive,
6, 3,
quick
2.
wrist flicks, but they're just not working right now against Brown and Bass. I think that actually might have missed.
Side out.
Looks like it caught from this side. I'm right on the baseline. I thought it just missed, but I think the players thought it was close enough. No one can really make a call, so it's
3,
going to be
6,
in.
1. Second serve.
Bass over the top of Brown for that put away.
3, 6, 2. Side out. Six, 3, 1.
Good hands there from Eric Forsyth.
6, 3, 2.
Good attempt at that ATP from Stephen Bass, but couldn't quite get it.
3, 6, 1. Second
Yeah,
serve.
nice little inside out speed up from Bass. Catching Tardio.
3, 6, 2.
Good leave there from Brown. Those
Side out.
shots were getting higher and higher from Forsyth, and
6, 3, 1.
well done letting that last one go.
Second serve. 6, 3, 2. Side out.
So next up here on center court is our first semifinal match.
3,
Rafa
6,
Hewitt
1.
and Julian Arnold take on Casey Cullen and Ryler DeHart coming up on deck. Don't go anywhere.
Point. Four, 6, 1.
Nice drive there from Forsythe. He is trying to fire himself up over there, get a little energy going.
5, 6, 1. Second serve.
Smiles to himself on that one. I think he knows probably didn't go the way he was hoping.
5, 6, 2.
A little short on that return, but Forsythe dropping it in. Again, that's a good speed up from Forsythe. I think Brown was expecting it much quicker,
6, 6,
which
2.
can be an effective speed up when your opponent thinks it's coming at you a lot faster. Take a little pace off of it. Oh, nice pick up. Not sure who exactly picked that up in the middle, but good run for Tardio and Forsythe, tying it up here at 6.
6, 1.
Oh, good effort. You'll notice if you watch Bass, he backs up off that kitchen line a good amount to give himself a little bit more room to work with, especially during those speed ups.
6, 6, 2. Side out. 6, 6, 1. Second serve. 6, 6, 2. Side out. 6, 6, 1. Second serve.
Tough. Brown and Bass knew that one was coming back pretty quickly.
6, 6, 2. Point.
Forsythe looked in between whether or not he wanted to go for that ATP or take it up over the net. Kind of went in the middle.
7, 6,
and
2.
that puts it right into the net. Great dig there from Bass. Good speed up there from Tardio. That's what he is really good at. And I haven't seen it too much out of him this match. He's been a little subdued. And we're going to have an offensive timeout here. Looks like Tardio had some things he wanted to discuss with Forsythe before they started this serve off, perhaps with a clear-cut strategy. And Tardio isn't exactly known for being super chatty, so it's good to see him kind of take charge, call that timeout for his team, really just kind of get their intention set. Hi, Christian Keenum, who's in the booth with me saying hello. I love you. But we'll see if sort of this new, coming out of this timeout with a fresh mindset, fresh strategy, will help them push this match to a third game.
Second serve. 6-7-2. Point.
That's tough at this spot. You're trying to hold on and not let this go to 3. Got to get those returns in. That's just a free point. Oh, my goodness.
Fight out.
That is tough here. Tardio crashing in here. They both lay off of it. They think it's going long, and it drops in. That's tough. Tardio and Forsyth take a 1-point lead.
8-7-2. Point.
All right, the wheels are getting a little wobbly here for Brown and Bass. Haven't fallen off, but starting to get a little shaky.
9-7-2.
Nice hands from Tardio.
Side out.
All right, big side out there for Brown and Bass. Trailing by 2 now, but
7-9-1. Second serve.
yeah, Bass needed to get up to that line. He had time, just kind of hung in the back of the court a little bit too long before making the move, got caught.
Let's go! Side out.
Oh, that is such a tough ATP. That barely was like half an inch off of the ground here. I mean, that was so low.
9-7-1.
Here at Forsyth. Big let's go on that.
Second serve. Nine, 7-2.
Oh, great spot there from Bass.
Side out.
Saw Tardio making that move to the middle. Beautiful inside out right behind him. Oh, we got a cracked ball.
Seven, 9-1.
Oh, a little high. I thought Tardio had the opportunity to attack that out of the air, but he lets it bounce. Goes for the speed up. Didn't quite get the height on that ball that he needed. Nice deep return there from Tardio. Ooh, sneaks it over.
Point.
Some interesting gets throughout that rally. That one might have been going long. But we are tied back up at 9. I mean, the hands from Brown to keep him alive. It was happening so fast I didn't even see the ball.
9-9-2. Point.
And we have a match point for our local team. Looking to head to the semis and upset the number 2 seed here. That was what I was looking for from Tardio. Wow. There's the pretzel from Tardio. I was thinking was
congratulations,
getting busted
Steve and
out.
Marshall, your local boys.
All right, so The upsets continue here in Alabama. We'll take a short break, head to the Franklin studio, and then back on court for our first semifinal match of the day. We'll see you there in just a few moments. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Marshall Brown and Stephen Bass as they are heading to the semis. Bit of an upset there in the quarters. You just said that was the most fun you've had playing pickleball. Absolutely. I mean, you guys played phenomenal. You guys know each other. You're obviously both locals here, played together several times. What makes you guys playing together work so well?
Oh, I'm very good at picking partners. So I've picked Marshall, and I'm very good. No, I understand it's an upset, and but we've been grinding hard. We've been practicing, we've been training, and it's nice to see it finally pay off. So Marshall is the only person I want to play with right now. So it's great. It's we're having a lot of fun, and looking forward to continuing on the rest of the day.
All right. I mean, that was a phenomenal match. You, of course, both locals. You got some friends and family in the stands. Both wifeys left. They're at home. We got some little ones situation. But, I mean, how fun is it to be able to play well together here in your hometowns with people that you know in the stands watching?
It's so much fun. We know just about everyone here in the stands, and it's awesome to play it at where we play every day, where we practice every night at 8 o'clock just about. So we feel like we're at home here.
You guys are taking on Anderson Scarpa, Greg Dow in your semifinal. We'll have the first one coming up. Do you have any game plan sort of going into facing them, or will you discuss just kind of sticking to what you guys do best?
Yeah, we'll try to do whatever we just did that last game, and we'll try to keep that going. But no, they're a great team, some friends of ours, and we always enjoy playing them, and we'll figure it out as we go. Yeah.
All right, I love it. Anything else to add before we head out?
I'd say that's about it. I just want to shout out to my family watching and my beautiful wife, Hannah. Thanks for the support and letting me pursue my dreams.
I love it. All right, we need a wifey shout out now as well.
Yes, Ashlyn, thank you, and Walt and Lola, and all my family back home got to watch for the first time in a while. So I really appreciate y'all watching, and stay tuned for the next one. So.
All right, I mean, we will see you guys in the semis. Fabulous to watch you guys. Love having the local people highlighted here on Center Court. We have our first semi coming up. Right now we have Casey Cullen and Ryler DeHart taking on Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt. Don't go anywhere. That's going to be a good one. Back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. We have our first semifinal match of the day here in our men's pro doubles. Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold, our number 1 seed on the near end. They take on the number 4 seed, Casey Cullen, in the gray, Ryler DeHart in the blue on the far end. Hewitt, 28, out of Auburn, Alabama. Julian Arnold, 31, out of Austin, Texas. Played together for the first time at the Atlanta Open not too long ago.
0-0-2.
Always a fun team to watch. Oh, Ryler DeHart up the middle. Ryler DeHart out of Bel Air, Florida, 38 years old, former professional tennis player. Partnering with Casey Cullen out of Royal Oak, Michigan. Michiganders, 33 years old.
Point.
2 lefties, excuse me, 3 lefties on court right now. Oh my gosh, Julian Arnold is outnumbered by the lefties. Oh, never mind, Casey's not a lefty. He was holding his paddle in his left hand. I didn't think he was. Look at me, tricked me. All right, the yelling has begun.
2-0-1.
Good spot there from Hewitt, right at Cullen's left shoulder. Jammed him up. Created the pop-up. Julian Arnold with the put-away. It's good. Oh, he stuck it over. But Jaws on the floor. No! Oh my gosh! What? Yowzas! What a rally! That was stupid. Oh my gosh! Oh, that one's going to the next court. But Rafa Hewitt. Oh, right in the cheek. Oh, it happens always so fast. I never know until the replay where someone actually got hit.
4-0-2.
Oh, right in the face.
Side out.
I'm going to say, I feel like there were like 2 face shots yesterday. More face shots than I am used to this weekend so far.
0-4-1.
Nice poach there from Cullen.
Point. One, 4-1.
Rafa Hewitt took that cheek shot, and instead of turning the other cheek, he decided to get big and aggressive.
2-4-1.
The chest bumps have begun. Cullen pulled off his feet there with that drive down the line.
3-4-1. Point. 4-4-1. Point.
Very strong start for Cullen and DeHart, but quickly have been overpowered by just, I think, the sheer energy of Hewitt and Arnold and what they're bringing here on the court. Really finding their groove. I love it. I got an Andiamo out of Julian Arnold, and he didn't even hit that last shot. Rafa Hewitt did. Oh, we got twinsies. We got to twins the paddles. Good timeout here for Cullen and DeHart. They're simply just being kind of overwhelmed right now by what's getting thrown at them. We'll see if they can settle them down a little bit. In 2 weeks, we are back for a Tier 1 event, a golden ticket tournament in Houston, Texas. Registration is still open for just a few more days. I believe it closes on the 11th. So get on pickleballtournaments.com, check it out, see if it works for your schedule if you're not joining us already, and come see us in Houston, Texas. It's going to be a good one. Adam Stone's going to be there.
15 seconds. Receivers, you have 1 timeout remaining. Servers, you have 2 timeouts remaining.
All right. Julian Arnold, Rafa Hewitt, they are feeling themselves right now for sure. Let's see if Casey Cullen and Ryler DeHart can ramp up their energy a little bit and try and match this. A little net cord there from Hewitt. Pops it up right into DeHart's wheelhouse. Easy put away for him.
6-4-2. Side out.
Not a terrible speed up here from Arnold down that sideline. I think if he had gone a little more down the line versus right at DeHart, would have maybe been slightly more successful, but good hands there from Ryler. Sounded like a bit of a miss hit there for Arnold, which took a lot of pace off of this shot right here, and I think that is what surprised DeHart a little bit. Cullen gave a look like, well, I did all I can do. Just too good of a shot there from Hewitt.
Point.
Yeah, Hewitt and Arnold, while they can absolutely play the slow game, I think they feel most comfortable, most kind of in a groove when they're creating a little bit of pace.
Second server. Seven, 4-2. Point.
A very subdued chest bump there after winning that Dink Bally. Bally? What? I tell you what, guys. Sometimes I just don't know what I'm doing either. Nice pickup from DeHart. Ron Alvey, our photographer, was extremely surprised. That snuck right through the fence in the tent into the booth. Shay, I am not having some malfunctioning, clearly. I mean, that was about as close of an ATP as you can get. Oh, had the ability for such an angle. Put it right at Cullen versus DeHart.
10-4-2.
is the way to take game one. Nice rally there. Yeah, definitely should have done an over-under on the number of chest bumps here in this match. We'll take a short break, back into game number 2 in our first semifinal, coming your way right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Heard Casey Cullen say to Ryler DeHart, it's been 3 all day. Let's do this. And looking back at our bracket after a bye in the first round, they did indeed go to 3 games against Eric Roddy and Jim Dobrin, and then went to 3 against Pablo Tellez and Diego Motivar. So they're looking to take this to a 3rd game as well, continue the pattern that they've had today. That is what Cullen is telling DeHart here. Let's see if they can get it done. That is Casey Cullen right there on your screen in gray. Ryler DeHart in blue on the near end. We take on Julian Arnold in the white. Rafa Hewitt in the maroon on the far end. Cullen and DeHart were up 4-0 in game 1, and then Hewitt and Arnold, 11-point run to close out that first game. Definitely got hot, got in a groove. Lots of chest bumping going on. Let's see if they can continue that trend here in game 2, or will Cullen and DeHart push into 3? Great pickup from Hewitt. Attempted a little bit of a tricky shot before that. Cullen handles it well, though. Oh, the tomahawk recovery off of the net from Hewitt. That is tough.
Yes, sir. 2-0-2. Point. Three, 0-2. Side out.
All right, quick start here for Hewitt and Arnold, putting 3 on the board early.
0-3-1.
Nice pickups from DeHart. Oh, great defense. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What a get here from Arnold. Then he gets back for the next one. Ooh.
Your score is 3. Yes, sir. 0-3-2.
It's a little long there from Cullen. Mixing it up there with a lob.
Three, 0-1.
Another tomahawk there from Hewitt.
Point.
Anticipated well that speed up from DeHart, which was very low.
4-0-1.
Well done from Cullen, just outlasting Arnold on that cross-court dink rally.
4-0-2.
Good speed up there from Hewitt. Catching DeHart on that left hip again.
5-0-2.
The dominant hand, hip or shoulder is a great place to speed up because it jams you up. Hard to get a paddle in a good position when it's that close to your body. Bit of an awkward spot. Hewitt and Arnold just finding success right now. Megan Fudge over giving a little advice to husband Ryler DeHart. They took silver yesterday in mixed doubles, due in no small part to just grinding it out on defense when they got put in a tough spot. But Rafa Hewitt and Lauren Stratman took the top prize yesterday. I mean, Rafa Hewitt, he's playing singles tomorrow. He could be in the running for a triple crown. He's got to get the job done first here today, though, with Julian Arnold as the #1 seeded team. Looking pretty good so far. Certainly how they're playing right now could get them to the top of the podium at the end of the day. They're going to have to keep it up, though. I mean, too good from Julian Arnold. Just hasn't hit that shot often, which is why DeHart isn't expecting it. Got that two-handed backhand, just nicely placed up the line. Cullen getting a little loud now, trying to pump up DeHart.
0-6-1.
Everyone having a good time. Crowd with some smiles. Yeah, that's just really low for DeHart to try and speed up as he's leaning forward.
0-6-2.
Oh. Took a funky bounce. Cullen wants the crowd on their feet.
1-6-2.
They're on the board. Oh, just on the outside edge of that baseline. Oh, thought he might have gone ATP. Right. Oh.
Point.
Here it goes for the lob. Little low, little short on that lob.
6-2.
Cullen has no trouble making Hewitt regret that decision.
Start out.
All right, so 2 on the board for Cullen and DeHart, though.
6-2-1.
Cullen and DeHart push back a little, but managed to get up. Oh, a little tough. They start scrambling. And you're a little off balance here. Cullen gets pulled off a little, and then DeHart again gets pulled a little wide. Really opens up the court, puts you in a tough spot on defense.
7-2-1.
Brett Hutless, our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this semifinal match. Great digs from Arnold. Who's got the counter going on these chest bumps?
8-2-1.
Coming up next, we will have our second semifinal match. Oh, my goodness. They're just all cylinders are firing right now for Hewitt and Arnold. Just they're working in sync together, in tandem well, moving well together. Now they're a bit of a not super well thought out shot there from Hewitt as he just tries to mix it up a little.
9-2-2.
Really deep serve there from Arnold. Oh, I mean, Hewitt, 3 fantastic gets. This Cullen was really putting the pressure on. Oh, that's a nice lob from Casey Cullen. Oh. And just tries to push that next one just a little too tight. We're going to have a match point here. Our second semifinal, Anderson Scarpa, Greg Dow take on Marshall Brown and Stephen Bass coming up after this. And a match point here for Hewitt and Arnold. Oh, called for the switch, but didn't quite get it done. Can you imagine the chest bump if they come out on top of this? All right, wasn't as big as I was anticipating, but still a good one. I mean, easily at like 15 chest bumps for those 2 games. Really well done. Casey Cullen and Ryler DeHart just couldn't quite get it done here in the semifinal. They're still in, though. Drop to our consolation bracket. We'll head to the Franklin studio, and then that second semifinal coming up here at the Alabama Classic in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Franklin studio, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here with Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt, securing the first spot in the winner bracket final. I love one of our regular viewers, Shay, said, you guys are a bit like organized chaos out here on the court. You're all over the place, but it seems like you feed off of that. It almost fuels you. It's like that works for you guys. You're in control while you still look sort of out of control. Do you feel that way at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of my style, is that I don't really have a style, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we both are good singles players, so I feel like if Raf's out of position, I can cover for him and vice versa. And we can go ISO, we can kind of do whatever we want. And when it's working, it's scary to be on the other side of the net. So, yeah, I'm just so happy to be playing with Rafa right now. It's a blast, and hopefully we can take it all the way.
I mean, speaking of taking it all the way, I don't know if you've thought about it yet, but after taking gold yesterday, there is the Triple Crown possibility if you guys can, of course, take gold today with singles. Had you thought about it? Did I just put it in your mind?
I don't care about that. It doesn't mean anything.
One game at a time.
Yeah. Like I said, just pickleball like I always tell you. So just having fun here with Julian. Going to finish the day here in a couple more matches. Hopefully we can finish with gold, and then we'll see how the body's feeling for singles tomorrow.
We did have, I think, a chest bump counter up in the corner. I think you guys were around like 12-13 in that match. Do you think we can up it for the winner bracket final?
Probably, as long as my sternum can stay intact. It's a lot. I feel like my voice is a lot stronger than my body, so maybe we'll switch over to some verbal celebrations. But yeah, we'll try.
All right. Well, you guys are always so much fun to watch on the court. Well done. We'll see you in that winner bracket final. They face the winner of our next semifinal coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We're back into the action right after this. Back into the action here on Championship Court. Lauren McLaughlin here courtside for the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. We have back on court our local team of Marshall Brown out of Auburn, Alabama, 27 on the far end in blue, and Stephen Bass out of Opelika, Alabama, which is where we are located right now for our tournament. 29 years old in the gray on the far end. They upset in the quarterfinals the number 2 seed of Gabriel Tardio and Eric Forsyth. They take on Anderson Scarpa in the red, Greg Dow in the white on the near end. The number 3 seed. Let's see if the upsets can continue. Scarpa out of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29. Greg Dow out of Charleston, South Carolina, 26. They play together very often. Always appreciate their fun, funky shorts that they wear. Oh, nice hands from Dow.
Point.
Dow just barely manages to get that arm out of the way of that shot, sailing long.
1-0-1.
Bob Swisshelm, our USA Pickleball certified referee. Well, we've seen some new pairings and new partnerships this weekend, as we often do at a Tier 2 event. Both of these teams very familiar with each other and play together a lot, so no unfamiliarity here.
Side out. Zero, 1-1.
Oh, a couple good gets there from Greg Dow, but
1-1-1.
oh, that went into the crowd. Oh, didn't quite snag it. Watching Anderson Scarpa too in the red, it's so interesting to watch him. He's almost,
1-1.
he keeps his feet moving or his body moving. It almost looks like he's twitching a little bit because he's constantly just keeping those feet moving all the time. He's always in that ready position. Got that ATP, the one-handed backhand in that back corner.
1-2.
Just a little too much angle to work with. Really nicely done.
Point. Three, 1-2.
Really appreciate what Stephen Bass said in their interview after their quarterfinal win, which was, you know, on paper they may look like they are the underdogs, but they've been working really hard, playing a ton, drilling, training, and that hard work is paying off for them. And I agree, they've been playing really well. Marshall Brown got a couple upsets yesterday in mixed doubles. Ended up in 4th place with partner Ewa Radzikowska, former professional tennis player out of Poland. I think Brown and Bass certainly out to prove that while they may be the lower seeded team, it's not a fluke that they're getting the wins that they're getting.
Point.
See if they can roll that all the way into the winner bracket final, but Greg Dow and Anderson Scarpa have been getting some good results together as well as they continue to play.
Side out.
Winner of this heads to the winner bracket final to face Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt, and will get an automatic spot on the podium.
Points. Five, two, one. Second server. No. 5, 2, 2. Point.
Nice poach there from Brown. A little shot through the heart there on Greg Dow.
6, 2, 2.
As I mentioned, Anderson Scarpa, when you watch him, he almost looks really tense as he's in his ready position, looking to play, just kind of twitching those muscles, making sure he's ready to move at any moment. I can appreciate that. I'd like to see him maybe be able to just kind of settle in a little bit more, kind of play perhaps a little bit looser.
Second server.
Not sure if that would work with the style he wants to play, but sometimes just looks a little tense on some of his shots. Cover from Dow on the attempted Ernie from Scarpa. It's good. Great defense. Oh, what an effort from Brown and Bass. I thought they might have a shot at that.
Yes, you are. 4, 6, 2. Side out.
I looked at that ball, might have skipped on that kitchen line.
6, 4, 1.
Spot there from Scarpa up the middle.
6, 4, 2. Side out.
Brown and Bass had just amazing anticipation in the last match that we saw them, and it seems like struggling just a little bit here, handling the speed ups as well as they did before.
4, 6, 2.
Oh, Bass goes for a bit of a step over that kitchen corner to get a sharp angle.
5, 6, 2.
That puts it in the net instead. That body shot from Dow to Bass ties us up at 6.
6, 6, 2.
Looks like Brown and Bass we're going to be in control here in this first game, but Dow, Scarpa have made the adjustments, settled in a little. again, probably have never played this team before, so there is a learning curve associated with that. Greg Dow, another dink into the net. He's struggled a little bit with that. Seen a few of those errors from him.
Second server. 6-6-2.
Good hands there again. A couple times it looks like Bass has the shot, but Brown almost takes a step towards the center, looking like he's making a move to possibly get that ball, and then it almost puts him in the way of Bass. So it kind of limits where he can put that shot as he's trying to pick it up. And you saw how far Bass was off the line. We saw him do that in the previous matchup. He backs up to give himself a little bit more room to work with. Couple times I think it's kind of come back to bite him as it puts him a little out of position. Nice job keeping him back. Nice drop volley there from Bass. Again, they kept them back for several shots, so it really lulled Dow and Scarpa into thinking that they were going to keep trying to put those shots deep. Makes the drop volley more effective. Nice inside out from Bass. Not a ton of pace, just really good placement. Scarpa just not ready for that.
6-7-1. Second server. 6-7-2.
Wow, great little hand exchange. That ball barely clearing the net on each one of these shots.
7-6-1.
Brown that just eventually just a hair too low puts it into the tape. Oh, nice, Ernie. Good pickup from Scarpa. Ooh, that was interesting. Bass didn't really swing through that shot. He almost caught that ball and kind of threw it across his body. Definitely sounded like, certainly didn't hit that how he wanted to. Ooh, well done from Scarpa getting out of the way of that.
Points.
And after a
9-6-1.
slow start, Dow and Scarpa 2 points away from taking this first game of the semifinals.
Second server.
Both Dow and Bass,
9-6-2.
very tall players. I'm going to put Dow at about 6'2", maybe Bass at 6'3". Got a lot of length to work with.
Soto.
Good hold there for Brown and Bass.
6-9-1.
Again, huge pickup there for Brown. We preach it and preach it and preach it. Make your opponents hit one more shot. Stay engaged, stay in it. You never know what you're going to be able to put a paddle on. Brown digs that out and gets the error.
I saw it out. Seven, 9-2.
Yeah, Brown and Bass were just so spot on with these hand exchanges in the quarterfinals. Definitely
9-7-1.
a little less consistent here in this matchup.
Second server. Nine, 7-2.
Oh, nice coverage from Marshall Brown on that line. And it's kind of all in the wrist there. Nice lead from Dow.
Seven, 9-2. Side out.
Caught a little piece of him as that went out.
Did it hit you? Okay. Sorry. Point.
Spot there. Kind of clipped his shirt right under his arm as that went by him.
Yes, you are. 8, 9-2. Point.
We are tied up at 9s.
Ball over
Oh, and a
the red
timeout
wings. Timeout receiver.
from Scarpa and
9-9-2,
Dow.
1 minute.
Again, it doesn't feel like there's been a massive amount of momentum that has swung Brown and Bass's way. It's just kind of slow and steady. They've been able to get back in here. Nothing too flashy, nothing too crazy. But Scarpa and Dow just trying to make sure they can refocus, get a better handle on what's going on here in this first game. A big shout out to Sunmed, our presenting sponsor here at the APP Alabama Classic, the official CBD sponsor of the APP Tour. Extremely thankful for that partnership with them and their support of the APP Tour. They are also our presenting sponsor of our Houston tournament in 2 weeks when we're back into action. Golden Ticket Tournament. Lots of the top names that you know and love will be back in Houston. Let's see if Scarpa and Dow can. Great spot. Kind of waist level right in the middle of his body.
9-9-1. Point.
I mean, Bass just pressing a little bit, I think. I'd like to see him just settle in a little bit more. Looks like he's trying to rush some things that aren't quite there, and Scarpa and Dow have a game point. Oh, and it is Stephen Bass this time with the quick hands. And kind of all in that wrist. Doesn't even swing that arm at all. All in the wrist. Oh, that is tough, though. Marshall Brown. The return into the net, but a very close game. Could easily go to 3. Let's see how it plays out in game 2 of this second semifinal match here in Alabama when we return. Back into the action here on championship court at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. Lauren McLaughlin here courtside for game number 2 in our second semifinal match in our pro men's doubles bracket. Bob Swisshelm kicks us off. Greg Dow in the white, Anderson Scarpa in the red on the far end. They take on Marshall Brown in the blue and Stephen Bass in the gray on the near end.
Football, you pushed off.
Oh, no. Bass, the very subdued fist pump. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he didn't quite launch off, ended up kind of putting that left foot into the line. Looked like he was just a little off balance. Tough.
1-0-2.
Already kind of mentioned Anderson Scarpa's sort of ready position, but it's interesting to watch different players and how they best sort of settle in at the net. You can watch Greg Dow. He has that left hand planted on his hip almost the entire time. Even through his dinks, you can see he does not take that left hand off until things start to get a little hairy. I always find it fascinating to kind of watch the different unique styles of different players.
1-1-1.
A little wide there. Scarpa and Dow trailing early in game 1, but able to
1-1-2.
find something that worked and stuck with it, taking game 1 11-9. Oh, just misses. That ATP defense.
1-1-1.
Nice job, Brown stepping in for that final put away after the speed up there from Bass.
1-1-2.
Good hands, but again, you can see here the second to last shot, Dow has that paddle position low and the face is open. So skyward, that created that pop-up that let Marshall Brown put that away.
2-1-1. Second server.
That time Dow using his height to get on top of those balls, keep them at a downward angle, tough to pick up. Nice job from Anderson Scarpa there on that speed up for Bass.
1-2-1. Second server. 1-2-2. Sato. 2-1-1.
I like the idea from Bass. He's got the length, the anticipation, just Didn't quite execute that the way he needed to.
Side out. One, two, one. Point.
And good patience, waiting for the right moment. Dow has been doing generally a good job getting that paddle up, keeping the ball at a downward angle. Good effort from Dow getting up there. Coming up next here on Championship Court, the ladies take the stage. Lauren Stratman and Maggie Reminzi take on Amanda Hendry and Riley Bonert. Coming up next, that is a semifinal match for the ladies in a fairly small bracket for them.
Side out. Two, one. Point. Three, two, one.
Oh boy. Good form. Again, Dow on top of that shot, downward angle.
Three, two.
Certainly has been a recipe for success for him.
Side out. Two, three, one.
Oh, it looks like it might have been wide, but great defense from Dow and Scarpa. They've made their way back up to the net.
Point.
I think Brown and Bass need to make some adjustments here and perhaps start to isolate Scarpa a little bit more. Dow seems to be very locked in. He has the height. He's been getting a lot of these put-away shots. If I'm Brown and Bass, I maybe try to mix it up a little here.
4, 3, 1. Point. Five, 3, 1. Point. Get the ball, please. Six, 3, 1.
Nice job, good communication as Marshall Brown came over in front of Steven Bass here, said mine, got in there.
Side out. Three,
6-1.
Good hands from Brown. Bass has been clipping that net like it is his job here during this match. Couple have sailed long. That one sails right up into Greg Dow.
4-6-1.
Nice pickup.
Center server. 4-6-2.
And winner of this match heads to the winner bracket final to take on Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold. And they'll have a guaranteed place on the podium.
6-4-1. Second server. 6-4-2. Side out. 4-6-1. Second
And
serve.
just Greg Dow. It's been a bit of a wall
4-6-2.
on these speed ups. Good get.
Point.
Beautiful shot there from Bass here as Scarpa goes ATP. Not a lot of pace there, but just Dow did not come over enough to cover Scarpa on that ATP. And Scarpa didn't really make a move to get back to cover either. And they got back within 1.
6-5-1. Second server. 6-5-2. Point. Seven, 5-2. Point.
Yeah, Brown just not happy with himself there. Just hit that shot much too flat.
8-5-2.
We like to say don't do that drop volley unless your opponents are really pinned at that baseline and they're not going to expect it. Otherwise, you're just bringing them up to the kitchen and putting them in a better position. That ATP not coming back from Anderson Scarpa. Couple good gets there. Yeah, just really nicely done. Waited to the last minute.
9-5-2.
Had enough clearance to put a nice angle on that.
Point.
All right, Greg Dow getting a little louder here as they are going to have a match point.
10-5-2. 5-2. Point, game
Just
and,
long on that return from Bass.
score,
Tough
11-5. That goes
break,
to
but Anderson Scarpa and Greg
Dow.
Dow find themselves in the winter bracket final and on the podium, but
All right,
Brown and
congratulations,
Bass
Greg Dow
not
and
done
Anderson
yet. They
Scarpa
drop to
moving
our
on to the winners
consolation
bracket final.
bracket, and we will perhaps see them again still today. We'll head to the Franklin studio, and then our ladies are up next in a semifinal match here on Championship Court at the Alabama Classic. We'll see you in just a minute. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Greg Dow and Anderson Scarpa as they are getting that second spot in the winter bracket final and a spot on the podium here today for men's doubles. You guys know each other very well. You play together all the time. What kind of is your strategy and style together as partners every time you go into a tournament together?
Yeah, we just try to make dinks. I mean, literally just get to the kitchen, make dinks, use our hands. You know, I'm very slow, borderline immobile. So I just stand on the right and just try to smack some balls, try to make some dinks. So that's what we do.
God, that was funny. I'm like legitimately keeping it together. All right, so Anderson, I mean, again, that's probably a team you don't know a lot about. Local guys here, maybe you've played them a couple times, but certainly not super familiar with them. Was there kind of a feeling out process in game one? You started a little slow. They kind of had a lead, had to come back. Did you find something that you got a little bit more comfortable with after a bit of a slow start?
I think a lot of it was just settling down, getting the nerves under control. We actually know those two guys. We played them in a tournament before, so they're solid players. We kind of knew what to expect, and once we found the key, we sort of turned it, and luckily some things went our way, and we came out on top.
I mean, you're taking on Rafa and Julian in the winter bracket final. Got a lot of energy on the court from those two. Your mobility might be tough. You're going to be able to ramp it up a little. How are you going to face those two?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, they're gonna drive the ball a lot. They have good hands. I think we just gotta try to beat them in the kitchen. I think our dinking is, definitely our best chance. I think we can out-dink them. We just can't give them cheap points off drives and speed ups and all that. So just play solid, play our game, and keep the volume level low over there because those guys will, as you said, will yell. And Rafa's the hometown guy, so fans will be against us. But it'll be fun.
I mean, they had a lot of chest bumping going on. You're maybe a little more subdued. Do you think we might see at least one chest bump between the two of you guys?
We might get rowdy. We'll have to see.
Yes, let's go. Let's get a chest bump. Let's slow one. I love it. Let's see some more of those in the winter bracket final, but the ladies take stage next in their semifinals. We'll back into the action here in Alabama right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Welcome back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic, and the ladies take center stage. Here, Lauren Stratman and Maggie Reminzi on the far end, the #1 seed, take on next-gen queens Amanda Hendry and Riley Bonert on the near end. Hendry in the white tank top, Riley in the black. Excuse me, Bonert in the black. Mary Bittner is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this matchup. In our other semifinal for the ladies, Georgia Johnson and Bobby Oshiro defeat Alex Strong and Megan Fudge. So they are in our winner bracket final and will face the winner of this match. Just hit the line over the net there. Stratman doing a good job opening up the court. A little miss hit there from Bonert.
1, 2, 1.
Remenzi, I think either thought that was going long or maybe Stratman was going to put a paddle on it, pulled off of it at the end. Pick up there from Remenzi. And again, great job from Hendry, just recognizing Remenzi was kind of on the move, outstretched to pick up that previous shot. Left her with a nice open piece of court to work with. I think this is the first time Stratman and Remenzi have played together in a tournament.
3, 1, 1.
Nice hands from both Hendry and Bonert here with some nice resets right back into it. Stratman looking to float that up the middle, but a little too much pace on that from a low position, sails it long.
4, 1, 1.
Yeah, just a little too high there from Hendry. Easy put away there for Remenzi. I think we'll probably see Remenzi and Stratman perhaps mix up their stack a little bit as they sort of work out which side of the court works best for each player. Stratman just flying in there, gets a piece of it with that huge two-handed backhand and then finishes with the forehand. Some of the most hard-hit shots on the women's side are going to come from Lauren Stratman. Stratman, 28 years old in Seymour, Tennessee, while Maggie Remenzi, 31, in Morristown, New Jersey. Oh, that one goes just long. Good eye from Remenzi. Stratman is, I don't think that was out by too much. Good hands. Amanda Hendry, 24 years old in Port St. Lucie, Florida. I think a little bit more familiar to everyone watching at home in the pickleball world, has started to become a name to know on the women's side as she is getting some better results these days. Riley Bonert, 18 years old, out of Louisville, Kentucky, there in the black. If you don't know her name, know it now. She is definitely a player to watch on the women's side. Starting to play a lot more tournaments at the pro level. Certainly an up-and-coming talent to keep an eye on. Nice spot there from Bonert, catching Reminzi on the run there, putting that right at her feet. We've talked about that throughout the day. It's a really tough spot for any player at their feet, but when you are trying to run through that shot, makes it extra difficult to try and dig out. Oh, just misses that long. Oh. They called that in. I thought that missed. All right, we're going to have a timeout here from Bonert and Hendry as Stratman and Reminzi pull ahead by 2 here in the first game of our ladies semifinals. As I mentioned, 2 next-gen queens here with these two. Riley Bonert got the top spot just last weekend in Dallas, Texas, while Amanda Hendry won the previous next gen in San Antonio, Texas, before she aged out. And next year, we are sure to see Riley Bonert back in action for our 2023 series for next gen. We still have 1 left this year, but next year we're in San Antonio again in February, Overland Park, Kansas in July, and Grapevine, Texas in November. 2 brand new Chicken to Pickles we've never been to. And there is Jack Foster. He has time and time again been denied the top spot in Next Gen, oftentimes taking second place. But love to see him there. He has a great relationship with a lot of the younger up-and-coming players. Always such a fun tournament. Good pull there from Stratman right at Boner's right hip. Again, handcuffs her a little bit.
7-4-2. Point.
Tough coming out of this timeout. Just a couple errors. 1 forced, 1 unforced now. Nice job by Bonert, right up the middle. Nobody even makes a move for this.
Side out. You have 8.
And again, Stratman and Reminzi are a tough team on their own. Bonert and Hendry know they can't be making errors that are going to give them free points. Nice job. Bonert digging these out. Did notice in Next Gen last weekend, Bonert sometimes struggles with staying on the line. She kind of backs herself up off of that line I think to give herself a little bit more room to work with on some of the speed ups, but generally if you watch her, she's off that kitchen line. Talked about it last weekend, but I'd love to see her be able to kind of stay a little bit closer to that line, apply a little bit more pressure. Well done on that rally.
8-4-2. Side out.
Definitely went long.
4-8-1. Second serve. 4-8-2.
Oh yeah, that's going out. Boner's got to let that go. It's covered from Hendry. Well done from Boner and Hendry there. Really staying in there. Some good gets, some good covers. And on the ladies' side, we often talk about there's a lot of out balls that get played, especially on the ladies' side. They get really engaged into some of these rallies, and I think just sort of lock in and have a tough time occasionally recognizing when they need to let some balls go that are going to sail out. Oh, mixing it up here. Hendry is a lefty. So I'm a little surprised why they mixed up their stack here. I didn't think they were having an issue with the way they were stacked previously. I think that was working well for them, generally speaking. Let's see if they go back, and they will.
10-5-1.
Game point here for Stratman and Rominzi.
Point. Game.
And
11,
I think in game 2, I think Hendry and Boner, they know what they need to do. It's, again, they got to cut down on the errors. That really probably was a huge difference maker here in this first game. Now that they have a better understanding, we'll see if they can make those adjustments. We'll take a short break. Back into the action in game 2 right after this. Welcome back to game 2 here in our ladies doubles semifinal match. We have on the near end Maggie Rominzi in the black skirt, Lauren Stratman in the pink skirt, taking on Riley Boner in the black and Amanda Hendry in the white on the far end. Stratman and Reminzi, the #1 seed, took game 1 11-5. Hendry and Bonert have some adjustments to make, some errors to clean up here in game 2 if they want a shot at a third game. Good anticipation from Hendry on that speed up from Stratman. Is a bit of an awkwardly placed shot, though, made it tough to return. Nice job from Hendry, reaching out as far as she could. We call that, instead of an around the post, an into the post. Yeah, Bonert's been cutting it a little close on that sideline on those backhand cross-court dinks. She needs to give herself just a little bit more margin to work with there, not cutting it so close to that line. Oh, good effort from Hendry, trying to dig those out. Again, up the middle there, Stratman and Reminzi. I think first time playing together. So always tough figuring out who's got those middle shots. This time it's all Lauren Stratman taking charge.
1-1-2. Side out.
Good job letting that one go very easily.
1-1-1.
Known that was sailing long.
Second serve. 1-1-2.
Yeah, looked like Reminzi was a little close to that kitchen line. Oh yeah, I mean, that wasn't close, that was just fully in. Good call there from Mary Bittner, our referee. Nice lob there from Reminzi, pushing him off the line. Oh, good attempt at covering there from Bonert.
One, two, one. Point. 2-2-1.
recovery off the net there for Stratman.
2-2-2.
Oh, great spot there from Bonert.
Side out.
Stratman not expecting that angle at all.
2-2-1. Second serve.
Winner of this match heads to the winner bracket final to face Georgia Johnson and Bobby Oshiro, who have secured the first spot in that winner bracket final.
Side out.
Yeah, again, Bonert just kind of getting caught there in the transition zone.
2-2-1.
Nice job pushing Stratman and Raminzi off that kitchen line. Can they keep them back? Ooh. Oh, they couldn't keep them back, but they did get the error from Raminzi.
2-2-2.
Another very short return there from Bonert. Bit of a miss hit.
Side out. 2-2-1.
Nice dig from Hendry. Right, again, Bonert getting a little close to that sideline. Ooh.
Second serve.
Yeah, it's too low from Hendry. Didn't get on top of that enough. Create some top spin to keep that down.
2-2-2.
Nice hits again. Look how far Bonert let herself get pushed back. She had a couple really nice blocks. She's got to get right back up to that line.
Side out.
Can't give up so much real estate.
Two, one.
Oh,
Second serve.
the ball just took a weird bouncer. Stratman says, I don't know what happened there.
2-2-2. Point.
Bonert looking to be a little aggressive there.
3-2-2.
Nice deep return from Hendry. A lot of side outs being traded here. Fairly low scored second game so far. Sales a little long as well.
Point.
Bonert's got to be able to roll over the top
Second serve. Timeout.
of those shots. And we're going to have a timeout here.
3, 2, 1 minute.
Again, very low score so far here in game two. Interesting to see what Hendry and Bonert talking about here. And earlier we took a look at our APP standings list for the men. This is our ladies. Georgia Johnson at the top. I mean, look at the difference between how many points she has versus our second place, Andrea Koop. That is a big gap between first and second. That'll be tough for anyone to catch Georgia Johnson if she continues to have good results. Anna Bright rounds out the top three. Simone Georgieman Vivian David, Lee Whitwell, Lauren Stratman. On court right now, our number 7 ranked player on the standings list. Again, that is a accumulation of points that players get on a rolling year basis. So a year ago now, those tournaments will fall off as they continue to move into the future. Good coverage there from Bonert, clips the net. Stratman can't get there. Tied up at 3s.
3-3-2.
Remenzi and Stratman mixing up their stack.
Side out. Three, one. Second serve. 3-3-2.
On this long,
Point.
and that return. Again, really a game of errors was the difference maker. Ugh, 2 free points, one from Hendry, one from Bonert on that serve return.
5-3-2.
That could be what makes the difference between which team.
Side out.
Remenzi slightly returns the favor.
Second serve.
Bonert got a really great drop there with Stratman struggling a little bit to pick that up. I would have liked to see her close ground a little quicker, possibly be able to volley that next shot out of the air and be a little bit more aggressive.
Point.
When Stratman clearly was at a bit of a disadvantage, but
4-5-2. Side out.
great job by Remenzi. They get backed up a little bit as that rally sped up, but then quickly closed back,
4-1.
being equally aggressive though.
Second serve. 5-4-2.
I'm very surprised Stratman didn't come up and take that out of the air.
Point. Six, 4-2.
Oh yeah, almost looked like she changed her mind.
Point.
They were doing everything right. That was exactly what they should have been doing, trying to keep them pinned back.
7-4-2.
Bonert just got a little too underneath that.
Side out. Four, 7-1. Second serve. 4-7-2.
It does look like the second game pretty similarly to the first. It just seems like Hendry and Boner, if we're keeping stats for this match, just the unforced errors are higher on their side, which is certainly something that's creating that difference in the score on the scoreboard and putting them at a bit of a disadvantage here. If they're not having those unforced errors, not giving up free points, this is definitely, I think, a much closer game. I think builds the confidence then of Hendry and Boner. And we have Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold. They're waiting to take the court, I believe, next for our men's winner bracket final. Let's take a quick peek. Yes, they will face Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow next here on center court. Great spot from Hendry. Stratman and Raminzi that time find themselves stuck in that transition zone in a tough spot. Resets are a little bit harder the farther off the net you're back. Gives you less of an angle to work with if you're going to try and drive the ball.
9-4-2.
Stratman taking over there. Match point here. Oh.
Side out. 4-10-1. Second serve. 4-10-2.
Lauren Stratman upsetted herself there. Extremely low ball to be speeding up.
5-10-2. Side out. 10-5-1.
Another match point, and this time they get it done. Same score as game one. 11-5, 11-5. Amanda Hendry and Riley Boner dropped to our consolation bracket match, but Lauren Stratman and Maggie Raminzi head to face Georgia Johnson and Bobby Oshiro in our winner bracket final. But the men's winner bracket final on deck next. Don't go anywhere. We head to the Franklin studio to chat with the ladies and then back into it right after this.
under the setting sun, into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
The APP Sunmed Alabama Classic, brought to you by PowerPlate, the official recovery tool of the APP Tour. Selkirk, an official paddle sponsor of the APP Tour. Sunmed, the CBD sponsor of the APP Tour. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pros. Welcome back to the action here on Championship Court number 1. Lauren McLaughlin joined by the man himself, Ken Herman. Oh, we can't hear you. There we go. I turned you up.
Lauren, where are we? Are we Sacramento? Are we Next Gen Dallas?
I never know. I have to remind myself daily what venue we're at, what city we're in.
3 weeks
madness.
in a row. We've gone from the West Coast to the Midwest and now down south. 3 weeks in a row. I'm looking forward to this match, but also a week off next weekend, Lauren.
Yeah, it should be nice. You never have time off, though, Ken. You're probably jetting to like 7 different places in our down week. But we have our winter bracket final here for our men's pro doubles on the near end. Julian Arnold in the white, Rafa Hewitt in the maroon. They take on Anderson Scarpa in the blue and Greg Dow in the white on the far end. Melissa Owensby, our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup.
The boys from Charleston are in the house right now.
Absolutely. 2 South Carolina boys on the far end. And then we got the local favorite, Rafa Hewitt.
Anderson and Greg had a nice breakthrough this year. They medaled at the APP South Carolina Open.
Yes, they did.
Had some big wins down there. They're a very set, established team and play consistently throughout the whole year, which is a big deal. The more you keep working with your partner, getting to know their traits, their patterns, very important with that. So they're very well connected and do practice quite a bit when they're back at home.
Definitely helps gel a team together for sure. First-time partners, though, Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt. Definitely finding success today. 2 very fiery players whipping up the crowd already.
So speaking of the crowd, I don't know if you're aware of this, Lauren, but Rafa has a large cheering section here.
He sure does,
I have
yes.
labeled them the Rafa-ites. The
Rafa-ites
are in the house.
I like it. Yes, he now resides about 10 minutes away in Auburn, Alabama, and definitely has had the crowd behind him all day. And a quick timeout here for Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow as Hewitt and Arnold getting out in front quickly. And again, they can be a runaway train if you cannot get that in check. So that is exactly what Scarpa and Dow are going to try and do here.
4-0-1.
Well, like you said, Lauren, a lot of fire. Julian setting himself up going in and putting it away. Clean form, good follow through as he was walking through.
A little net cord there. Throws off Hewitt.
5-0-10.
Julian's always got that little pep in his step. Have you noticed that? He's got
He has a very
pep in his
unique
step.
walk. Great pickup from Dow, but
Rafa's got the support of his family here. His children are here. His wife's in the crowd cheering him on.
I think Julian might have hit that kitchen line, but on the inside edge where Melissa probably didn't have quite as good of a view, but
Slide out.
yep, definitely have wife and baby in the stands. Looks like the other 2 are
0-6-1.
elsewhere. I think one's in school.
It's Saturday, Lauren.
Oh,
Second
see? I don't know what day it is, Ken. I just show up where people tell me to be. Good spot there from Dow. Winner of this match heads to gold. Loser will head to bronze. So both of these teams on the podium here.
Greg Dow has a long reach.
Very.
Always reaching into the kitchen, trying to take that volley as early as he can. And as a tall gentleman, he gets down awfully low to the ball by getting his knees down low, not his back. Well done, that's a good
Beautiful.
spot.
Just a nice little flick to that back corner.
3-6-2. Point. 4-6-2.
Good patience by Dow.
Oh, yeah, they did a great job keeping him pinned back, not letting him get back up into that rally at the net.
6-4-1. Second server.
Off of Hewitt, almost
server.
caught by Arnold.
6-4-2.
Oh, the defense from Hewitt. I mean, I thought this was a gimme here. This clips the net.
Well, he was moving over to guard that alley. Well done. I think Gray could have moved over maybe a couple more feet.
Yeah, it looks like he kind of just stabbed at that ball.
Rafa very quick on those hands. A couple balls were right at his rib cage. He was able to keep that paddle up.
8-4-2.
Yeah, he has just got some super fast reflexes. It goes long. Definitely looks like we've replaced chest bumps with high fives here in this match.
9-4-2.
Off the fence.
Slide out.
Well, he was there. Good instincts. Pattern was set up. Rafa's paddle was too open. That's why that ball sailed long.
4-9-1.
Dow.
Julian with his strut after making this picturesque play.
Again, he's on the line. Melissa's missing it because it's on that inside edge, and she's probably being blocked by Julian. So tough. But yeah, Dow is giving him those earnings. He's gone for it how many times? Dow just cannot put the ball there.
Yes. 9-4-1. Second server. 9-4-2. Slide out.
Another example of Greg reaching in there.
Go here. Yep. Come on. Get slide out.
4-9-1.
That one nice and clean. Oh, great pull there from Dow. They had to come back in their previous match in the semis. Making some headway here. So I mentioned it in their previous match, Ken, but when you watch Anderson Scarpa, his sort of movement is very, I called it tense. I didn't really know what else to call it, especially when he's up in that kitchen line. Just his movements are very, his arm just seems so tight. Not a lot of looseness in his arm or wrist. Do you think that kind of is helpful for him, just his particular unique style?
He does have a unique style. I know he's very compact with his strokes. There's very little margin for error. It works for him. And when he does hit his dinks, he does keep his paddle going up towards the direction of the path of the ball, which is where he's followed through. So he has a little, as we say, creative flair to his stroke. Makes him unique.
Certainly a few players with their own style.
Well, I can think of Rick Witskin as one player who has unique flair.
That is for sure.
Rick, the #1 senior pro right now on the APP tour. Julian did not get his paddle back early that time. He was falling off his back foot. 9-6. This is where we saw even yesterday in the mixed doubles gold final. It's never done. Things can always slip away here. Anderson and Greg are going to be very patient working the point.
Yeah, I mean, and they're getting some errors out of Arnold and Hewitt.
They're pulling Julian off his line. Julian was about 2.5, 3 feet off that line there. He's got to try to get some of those balls out of the air.
Hewitt may be rushing something a little there. Good timeout from Arnold and Hewitt as Scarpa and Dow right back in this, looking to tie it up here. Has it been, do you think, just some errors that have crept in to Hewitt and Arnold's side of the court?
Yeah, we saw a couple points there, Lauren, where Rafa sped it up a little bit. A couple points where Julian was on his back heels while trying to execute some of those drops he was trying to hit there. So it's a matter of focusing and just trying to reduce the errors. Every time a player makes the error, I always go back to the basics. Are they changing the pattern of the ball? And we saw several times out with some of the errors that have been made that they're taking the direction of some balls that are not in their strike zones and changing that pattern versus maybe perhaps staying in the pattern and being a little more patient to be able to hit that ball. Anderson and Greg are scrappy players. They get a lot of balls back. They're not going to allow you to beat them unless if you're going to come out just being able to dictate points and being aggressive like we saw in the first 4 or 5 points of this match.
That's exactly what Hewitt and Arnold were doing in the beginning. Seemed like this might be a runaway first game for them, but Dow and Scarpa called a timeout and they were able to adjust. So crucial at this level. Got to make those adjustments.
A lot of slice on that ball that Anderson hits off that backhand chip.
That is exactly what it is. It's a chip shot, Ken.
Yeah.
That's
Good job. Rafa stayed very positive on that ball.
Now that's when Arnold and Hewitt are their most dangerous. And they're getting loud and they're positive and pumped up for sure. Good timeout for them. They hold on to that 1-point lead. Oh, great get from Hewitt.
Julian's there. Oh,
Second server.
well, he was there.
I don't necessarily like that choice from Dow.
9-8-2.
They're so dangerous at the net. Don't bring them up if you can avoid it. Worked out, but it's risky.
The Rafaites are starting to pile in.
They are. We got a lot of people here in Opelika at this gorgeous covered facility. Keeps it nice and cool in here. I love it.
Just like the one skid, it didn't even come up. The ball was in. Second server.
Yeah, it does look like it hits the outside of that line.
8-9-2.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Great playing. Incredible gets by Julian, and then hands up by Rafa here. Notice Rafa covering the middle of the court when Julian was pulled out of position.
Oh my gosh.
9-9-2.
Oh, if they had got that, they would have just lost their minds.
Side out.
All right, tied at 9s.
9-9-1.
Just too good.
That's Greg's pattern. He pushes Rafa out wide, gets the ball in his strike zone, and then kind of flea flicks it or changes the pattern and goes, down the line against Julian. Rafa's got to change that pattern.
Side out.
Again, Julian off that line.
Yeah, I think when he's so good at the backhand dink, I'm surprised that he is running around to take that forehand, but I think that gives Hewitt a little bit more room to work with.
Second server.
Well done. That was actually a hard shot for Rafa. He gained his feet, not going into the kitchen. He had to
9-9-2.
really skirt around that line there.
Point.
Nice ATP.
There's another classic example. Anderson and Greg on defense at the baseline, and they're hitting just awesome dinks that are getting them up into that net. When a person dinks, you can dink the ball in the first.
Game point here for Scarpa and Dow.
Big point.
Yeah,
Rafa
that
had
was
good instincts there.
massive. And again, he's gone for that before and overdone it.
9-10-1.
And that time keeps it in. Big hold.
Second server. Nine, 10, 2.
tough. I mean,
just smart play in there. Rafa went a tad too early. Anderson saw it out of the corner of his eye. Wrong-footed Rafa.
And Arnold wasn't close enough to cover, so Hewitt had to get that.
Game point.
Second server. Head 9-2. Point. Game 11-9.
Long return from Hewitt. Bit of an anticlimactic way to end this first game after some phenomenal rallies, but it is Scarpa and Dow. Didn't think it was possible after they went down early here in this game, but hung in there. Let's see how game 2 in our winner bracket final plays out right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Back into the action here in Opelika, Alabama for the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. We have an absolutely exciting, electric winner bracket final match going on right now. Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold on the far end, taking on Anderson Scarpa in the blue and Greg Dow in the white on the near end. Hewitt and Arnold came out firing in game 1, but they could not sustain it as Dow and Scarpa answered back, eventually taking game 1 11-9. Hewitt and Arnold looking to take care of business here in game 2 to try and force a third game.
Second server. Zero, 1-2. Fight out. One, 0-1.
Oh my goodness, what a pickup from Arnold. I mean, that was just hoping to stay in here again. Forcing down Scarpa to hit a few more shots to finally end that rally. Nice job again. Greg Dow using his height and length hiccups. Oh boy. Hewitt and Arnold have had trouble in these really exciting rallies, coming out on top of them, which is definitely a momentum killer, but that time goes their way. Hewitt going to that Ernie well perhaps a few too many times.
1, 2, 2.
Oh boy. Oh, Hewitt almost fell into the kitchen. I'm not sure if it would have mattered.
2, 1, 1.
Good pull. Goes wide.
Three, 1, 1.
Yeah, just Arnold getting big in the middle. And you mentioned in game one, Ken, you started to mention what Greg Dow and Anderson were doing really well, especially up at the kitchen.
Yep. I often get asked, what is the difference between a pro and a strong 5.0 player?
Yep.
One of the big things is taking the kitchen and dividing that kitchen area into 2 quadrants. The first quadrant is from the halfway point of the kitchen up to the net, and then the second quadrant is from the halfway point back to the non-volley zone line or the kitchen line.
Mm-hmm. Nice defense.
A lot of excitement. The Rafa Knights are in the house. So
1, 2, 1 minute.
when you take that, the first quadrant is the quadrant from the midpoint of the no volley zone to the net.
Mm-hmm.
Your top pros can consistently dink the ball in that first quadrant.
Sure.
The second quadrant is the second half of the kitchen that's further back to the kitchen line. A big difference in my eyes is that 5-0 player can sometimes get that ball in the first quadrant, but most often gets it in the second quadrant.
Sure.
Whereas your top 10 pro is in that first quadrant consistently. Greg and Anderson were down that entire first game, but they kept getting that ball in that first quadrant and neutralizing Rafa and Julian to where they popped up some unforced errors. So they really did a great job of consistently getting balls, and that's why they're, you know, a solid top 10, top 15 team right now on the APP tour.
Yeah, they're having a similar situation here, though, to game one, where Hewitt and Arnold gaining a lot of momentum, getting very loud over there, feeding off of each other's energy, and we have a timeout. Let's see if it works as well as it did in game one. Oh.
Great reflexes by Rafa, keeping that paddle up and then energizing the crowd with a scream afterwards.
I love watching Julian and Rafa play together. I think they feed so well off of each other. They're both very fiery players, and I think it works really well for them.
8, 1, 2.
Yeah, a little net cord in the middle there threw off Hewitt.
Anderson's a very soft-spoken individual. I've
He sure
enjoyed
is.
getting
Yep.
to know him more on the tour this year, talking to him some back in the players' room. But a very fierce competitor and really dialed in. He mentally, you can just see where he's just completely focused on what the task is at hand and what he needs to do in order to set up his partner.
2-8-1. Second server. 2-8-10.
Dow's doing a good job working his way up to the net, picking the right moments to come in, but Arnold just, great speed up there. Oh my gosh,
Little pocket shot there. Bring out the BB gun.
oh my gosh, I didn't see him do that.
That's a good spot. Now, is it me or does Rafa sometimes start to yell, yeah, after he hits it?
Oh, before it lands?
Before it
Yeah,
lands.
of course, of course. We see players who do that all the time.
Okay.
Sometimes they try and sell it if it's close.
Well, you
Can't
gotta
hold back that
You have
that
to admire
energy.
his positive voice.
Always exciting to watch without fail. Oh, it stayed in. Wow, I thought this was risky for Hewitt.
Great instincts, though.
It didn't need quite that much angle. I'm sure it probably would have been successful if he just a little bit less.
We're at a game point, and we're going to a third.
I'm not surprised at all. Hewitt and Arnold know how to turn it on when it counts. Ooh, game 3. No idea what's going to happen here. We'll find out after this short break. Welcome back. Melissa Ownsby, our USA Pickleball Certified referee, getting our players ready to kick off into Game 3 here in our winner bracket final. Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt on the near end to start. Greg Dow and Anderson Scarp on the far end. They'll switch ends at 6. Lord McLaughlin and Ken Herman.
We can't really say that there's any wind in here, Lauren. We can't really say that the sun isn't a factor, but so far both of the teams that have won have been over on the side that Anderson and Greg have been playing on.
I do think the background is a little different, and so that may play a factor into it. That's exactly why it's 2 out of 3, so that both teams, have an equal amount of time on each side.
Interesting, Anderson taking first strike there. Anderson normally has been setting up a lot of balls. He came out a little bit fiery here. Now, Lauren, is it wrong for me to say that I want it to rain? We are in this
You want it to
amazing
rain? It would be nice.
24 dedicated court venue with this unbelievable shelter. I don't want it to rain to see what it's like. I mean, what a structure. What
It's
a facility.
fantastic. I would love to hear the rain falling on the roof. I love the sound of rain.
I dare it to rain. There's no water getting on these courts. A lot of patience. A lot of patience.
You have one. 1-1-1.
Nice reach from Julian going in there. Kitchen. All 4 players are trying to get off to a quick start here.
1-1-10.
Well done. Again, Greg does a terrific job. You know, for somebody who's so tall, if the audience is at home watching, he gets down so low to the ball, which is why he's able to change the pattern so successfully. He gets that ball in his strike zone to where he can surprise his opponent. Anderson, look at him. Anderson's pulling Julian off that line. He's just not getting the right ball to attack yet.
Wow.
Fire.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Anderson Scarpa just yelled. I mean, I do not see Anderson Scarpa
3-1-10.
do that very often. Oh, great recovery. Oh, yeah. That ball, I mean, just so low, and Julian knows it.
Timeout receivers. 4-1-2. 1 minute.
Coming up next, Ken. To remind us where we are. Remind us where we are.
We are going to Houston. We have a golden ticket, the first golden ticket to get into 2023 Nationals at Indian Wells. And the only ticket in Texas region is coming to Houston. Terry Stone, Adam Stone's father, huge supporter, was down there 3 days ago making sure we've got all of our logistics set. Very excited about Houston. And then it's back-to-back, heading off to Hilton Head, home of Sarah Ansberry at the lovely Palmetto Dunes.
One of my favorite stops.
Very excited about that. We've got the World Pickleball Open, Ivan Barone's tournament, followed by Next Gen, our last Next Gen of the year.
Oh, I love
Kansas
it.
City And then we wrap up the year with our season-ending tournament at Bell Bank Legacy Park. Ryan Treffery's working with APP for the APP Mesa Open. Nice way to finish off.
We've already been there several times. I mean, we keep going back. Something must be good.
We got to bring the tour to fill it. They got to fill that big 44 dedicated court facility down there.
All right, in from the timeout.
A lot of dancing going around up at that kitchen line, Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
And Anderson's the one that pulls the plug.
Yeah, that was.
He came over this ball, had a little flick of topspin on it, and flicked it there.
Yeah, I mean, look how compact he is.
Yeah.
Hides it so well.
Anderson's been working on his serve, a lot more spin on that serve right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of right at his chin.
The Raphaelites have been silenced.
Wow, I mean, Hewitt didn't really have a super good look at this. Very low, couldn't really do anything except kind of drop it over, but got the error from down. Good work.
Good work by Julian. Greg wasn't able to get that ball down low enough. Paid the price.
Looks like we got the Adam Stone in our chat room. What's up, Stone? See you in Houston in 2 weeks. Good switch.
Good spot. Julian's trying to step up a little bit. You can see here trying to get this rally going. Bring the score back.
Good recovery. Almost missed that. Yeah, nice spot. He's had success going sort of inside out on either of those sidelines.
Well done.
I mean, Rafa set up Julian perfectly. He goes for this Ernie here, and then he crushes the angle here.
Yeah. But Rafa really had hit a great shot. He was so far pulled off the court, right around that backhand to hit that inside-out forehand.
Gets Julian on that sideline, and they will get to 6 first, triggering the end change here in this third game of our winter bracket final. And I hope everyone has noticed, if you haven't, our scoreboard is rocking thanks to Pickleball TV. We got some animation going on, things dropping in, dropping out. Just look at that fancy, flashy scoreboard, Ken. It's so fun here on the APP Tour. I mean, again, Opelika, Alabama. First time here. As always, such a welcoming community and environment. The crowds, the supporters, the friends and family of a lot of local players. We always get a lot of local players at our tournaments.
So the whole Opelika, the APP Alabama Classic is a Tier 2 event this year for 2022 on the tour. And it really is geared towards those pros that are ranked in the 20s, 30s, and 40s that are really trying to establish themselves on the tour. And also a great event for the amateurs and senior pros as well.
Absolutely. All right, Rafa Hewitt, Julian Arnold now on the far end to finish up this match. Greg Dow, Anderson Scarpa on the near end. One of these teams heads to gold, one heads to bronze.
Set 5-2.
Anderson does like to attack off that backhand side, getting a long reach inside that kitchen.
Very patient, though. Waits for the right moment. Doesn't rush it.
7-5-10.
Rafa Hewitt thanking somebody above that came out on top of that.
5-7-1. Second serve. 5-7-10.
Dow Scarpa doing a great job moving the ball around. Hewitt, I think, also let out a sigh of relief that Dow misses that wide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have 6. Correct stop. 6-7-10.
Oh, the exact same spot, same result there as
Right in
Dow pushes that wide.
Yeah, left side rib cage on Greg. They've spied him twice there now.
Oh, tough free point there.
8-7-10.
First time they've had the lead.
I haven't seen Rafa Hewitt earning this much in a match, maybe ever. Good jump, getting loud. Good timeout here for Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow. Hewitt trying to give Julian Arnold lessons on how to put his paddle up on the handle. I mean, if you're Scarpa and Dow, what are you telling them here in this timeout?
Well, they've just had a couple of things that just haven't gone their way. Greg's had a couple of unforced errors where he got jammed, where he wasn't used to seeing that ball. We've seen Anderson and Greg go back to the basics, getting those dinks in there, working the point, And then we've seen Rafa and Julian at times pull the trigger too soon. So right now, I think Greg and Anderson are going to continue to try to slow it down. And they've got to make sure that if Julian and Rafa speed up, they've got the paddle ups and be ready for the action. That return was a little short.
Yeah, and I think Hewitt and Arnold are going to be getting kind of aggressive here. They tend to do that when they sense the end is near. Let's see if they can stay patient.
It's a big series here. Anderson's got the serve.
Scarpa's got to be careful on that line.
Yep.
Since Hewitt's looking for that, Ernie's had some successful ones.
All four players, when they get into that dink rally, are not only watching the ball, but they're watching their opponent's paddles, looking for any clue if they're going to speed it up or not.
A couple good pickups, but ultimately that ball gets put up just much too high.
Out of all four players, Anderson's doing the best job of holding on to the line. I'm sorry, Greg is doing the best job of holding on to his line.
I mean, that was great patience here from Arnold. Doesn't rush it. Little poke there. Sets him up for that two-handed backhand that he was really looking for. And it gets them the ball back with a slim 1-point lead.
Greg needs a good return. Rafa all over.
I mean, he looks so insane when he's getting some of these shots back. I don't even know how he does. Like, look at the position his body is in.
But look at how he's moving forward. He hits the ball. It might not look pretty, but he keeps moving forward back on that kitchen
absolutely.
line.
Big hold there for Scarpa and Dow.
That may come back to haunt them.
Yeah, that is an error you cannot make at this stage. Yeah,
right.
I mean, that might have been a put away had he hit that the way he wanted to, which ties him up.
Smart play from Julian, though, went right back to Greg, the player that had made the previous mistake.
How did that come back? I didn't even know Arnold was on the ground. Yeah, I mean, he's completely falling backwards trying to pick that up.
I don't know if that was the right shot for Rafa. That ball was down awfully low for him to change the direction of that ball.
I'm sure he would say it was not. And his reaction tells me he knows that all too well.
Good cut on that ball.
8, 9, 10.
All right, this is getting dicey here at the end of this third game. Trading some side outs, some big holds. And again, there's the patience that Hewitt and Arnold needed the last time they had their serve. That they rushed a couple shots. That time they stay slow and steady, get the error from Scarpa, and a match point to head to the gold. And they get it done. So Anderson Scarpa, Greg Dow. Fabulous performance here. They head to the bronze medal match.
So Rafa Eitzer on their feet.
Oh, yeah. They're having fun letting those guys head to gold. They will be here for sure till the end of the day to cheer them on. We head to the Franklin studio and then back into the action here on center court as we continue our coverage for men's and women's doubles day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here once again with Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold. This time they're heading to gold as you keep working your way through the day. That first game seemed like you came out very confident, in control. Then they just kind of crept back in, ultimately taking that first game. What do you guys talk about going into the second game?
I think we were just right where we wanted to be, and you know, obviously they started playing better. I think, you know, they started warming up, getting a little more comfortable. Rafa and I came out and had a good hot start, but you know, we're right there. The game was in our grasp, and you know, just kind of lost focus and lost quality. So, you know, next time I think we were just making sure that we ran it all the way to 11 before we turned off the gas for 2 minutes. So,
absolutely, that second game. Hit the gas, never looked back, taking that fairly easily 11-2. That third one, kind of back and forth, seemed like they just were working you guys at the net. Did you guys have to remember to stay patient, stay focused, really wait for the right opportunities and not try to rush anything?
Yeah, just trying to look for our shots. We had our patterns. We kind of found our pattern, and we were sticking with that and just staying solid, and it worked.
All right, we'll see you guys in the gold. Just going to continue to work what works for you guys. Game plan going forward. Doesn't really matter who you're going to face.
Yeah, play our brand of pickle and live with the result. So.
Well, we look forward to see you in just a few matches. Again, looking for double gold, looking to hit the podium once again. So we are taking a short break. Our ladies take court next here at the Alabama Classic. Don't go anywhere. The APP Sunmed Alabama Classic, brought to you by PowerPlate, the official recovery tool of the APP. Sunmed, your CBD sponsor for the APP Tour, and Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Welcome back into the action here for our women's pro doubles winner bracket final. We have Georgia Johnson and Bobby Oshiro on the far end, taking on Maggie Remenzi and Lauren Stratman on the near end. Bob Swisshelm, our USA Pickleball certified referee.
Set up. Zero, 1.
All right, bringing the pace here. Oh, Johnson clips her paddle as she tries to get it out of the way, thinking that's going long.
0, 2.
We have seen Stratman and Remenzi already here on center court, but Georgia Johnson, of course, I'm sure a familiar face and name to everyone at home, out of Boynton Beach, Florida, 16 years old, and Bobby Oshiro out of Plantation, Florida, 28 years old, originally from Hawaii.
2, 0, 2.
Oh, good pull there from Stratman.
Georgia currently the #1 ranked woman on the APP Tour.
Yes.
APP for the 2022 year takes their singles, doubles, and mixed doubles results and does a cumulative ranking. So Georgia, with playing all 3 events, has been the #1 player really for the past 3 months on the APP computer.
Yeah, oh, perfect spot there from Oshiro. We got to see our standings list a little bit earlier in the day, and she was ahead quite a lot, ahead of Andrea Koop, who's the #2 spot.
APP next year is going to break off a singles, doubles, and mixed doubles ranking instead of doing a cumulative ranking.
All right.
But to finish off the 2022 year, this is what we're going to agree. This is what we've agreed to do for this year. Georgia's played an awful lot this year on APP and has done really well, whether it was on her home courts in Florida or out west with our California section of the tour.
Mm-hmm.
Point. Three, 1. Second server. 3, 1, 2.
Oh, that two-handed backhand from Georgia Johnson certainly rivals Lauren Stratman's, which are both extremely powerful. And Bobby Oshiro, I mean, big things come in tiny packages sometimes, and she has some power, too, in her game for sure.
Bobby's got such clean strokes. You know, we saw Bobby win gold this year, APP South Carolina with Anna Bright.
Mm-hmm.
They played beautiful down there that weekend and did win the gold medal. I know Bobby's one of the nicest girls on the tour that a lot of the gals like hanging out with her when they're in the locker room and players' tent.
Yeah, Bobby's great. Love seeing her at our tour stops.
6-1 game.
Also love that Ron Alvey is just right in our shot right there. Taking some amazing photographs for the APP Tour, so we'll allow it. We'll allow it.
6-1.
Great depth on that return by Bobby.
Oh, such a beautiful spot there from Raminzi, just coming right over top of that ball, right up the middle. Sails off the paddle, and got someone in the stands heading out to get that ball.
Two, 6-1.
Great job setting that up.
2-6-2.
Looking for that middle again. This time it is closed.
Georgia doing a good job of jamming Maggie on that volley. Was able to come in for the next one and put it away.
6-2-1. Point.
Little net cord there, stays in. I'd say probably on the list of most frustrating things in pickleball is the net cord that stays in.
Bobby does such a good job of getting down low to the ball. Maggie didn't get down low enough that time.
We're going to have a timeout here from the number 1 seeded team of Stratman and Raminzi. Johnson and Oshiro, the number 2. And as you mentioned, Ken, there are our top 10 currently on the APP standings list. As we mentioned, Georgia Johnson securely on the top there with, I mean, 3,500 more points than the number 2, Andrea Koop.
So the standings are based over a 52-week calendar year. Right now, these standings are going from Hilton Head of 2021 through Sacramento of 2022. So it only takes those tournaments that were played during that time frame.
Yeah, kind of a rolling, it rolls.
So points that you have one year, you've got to come back and defend the following year. Just like we see in the major tennis worlds of the WTA or the ATP Tour.
8-2-2.
Georgia and Bobby do spend quite a bit of time training with each other down in South Florida. They live close to each other, and you're seeing the partnerships gel on the court here.
Yep. Great spot up the middle. We've seen Stratman and Raminzi, who are a first-time partnership here today, struggle a little bit with that court coverage in the middle.
Lauren did win the Chicago Open this year with Maggie's sister, Andrea. Andrea's had a very solid season this year on the APP, and the APP wants to wish Andrea a happy birthday. She had a birthday the other day.
Happy birthday, Andrea. All right, so Johnson and Oshiro had a shot at taking game 1. Couldn't quite get it done, but they do still have a bit of a cushion, up 8 here. Raminzi and Stratman really need to get something going.
That's what Lauren does best. I've been quoted as saying I feel Lauren's one of the best ball strikers on the tour. You get that ball in her power zone, and she has a lot of pace because she's technically so solid, so clean when she makes contact with the ball.
Oh, beautiful. misdirect there from Stratman. Takes a little bit of pace off that time, though. Again, placement more important, but almost clips Oshiro there.
Second server. 4-10-2.
Oh, that was probably going long, but Stratman
Good hands
plays
by
it.
Maggie.
Oh, couple really nice gets there from Oshiro and Johnson. Again, Johnson, that two-handed backhand, she keeps it very compact. Not a lot of swing, it's just a...
It's very compact on both her forehand and her backhand, and she has good shoulder rotation as she goes through that volley.
Oh no! This time, the tiny package was a little too tiny.
10-4-2.
Nice shot.
Side out.
Yeah, Johnson, we talked a little bit earlier about players that have sort of a unique style about them. Johnson's certainly one of them. She's so young, she hasn't really had time to play any other sport very competitively, and certainly doesn't have that tennis background that, say, her brother JW has, that you can see in how he plays. But she keeps those elbows really tucked in a lot. Raminzi and Stratman having patience, finding the right moments.
Lauren saw that ball coming off of Georgia's paddle.
I mean, I was going to say, sounds like a good time for a timeout, and we have one. As Stratman and Raminzi cut that 10-2 lead down to 10-7, and they still got the serve coming out of this, so what have they changed that got them back in here that's worked so well these last few rallies?
They've been a little bit more patient. Lauren has stepped up and started being what Lauren Strutman's all about. She started stepping up and being a little more assertive, taking control of the court. I think if we were to ask Maggie what her thoughts are on this show, I think she would just say we've had some bad breaks not go our way. Some net cords. I got jammed on a couple of balls. Maggie's an incredibly smart player. This match has got a lot of play left to go here.
Again, this is our winner bracket final on the women's side, so winner heads to gold, loser heads to bronze. Shiro and Johnson looking for a stop here.
Second server.
Raminzi struggles sometimes in the dink. Gets pushed off the line just a little bit, sometimes with those errors.
I think she was probably not happy that she was a little off her line that time. But she'll adjust. She knows.
Just misses that sideline. And a big two stops here for Johnson Oshiro. They'll have two more opportunities to close out game one. And they'll get it with a nice drop there that Stratman puts into the net. We'll take a short break. Back into game two of our winner bracket final right after this. back into the action here for our ladies winter bracket final at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. We have on the near end Bobby Oshiro there, starting us off serving with Georgia Johnson. They take on Maggie Reminzi and Lauren Stratman. On the far end, Johnson and Oshiro had a significant lead in game one that Stratman and Reminzi cut into, but ultimately were not able to overtake them. Johnson and Oshiro looking to head to gold here in this second game. Some nice digs, and again, that big overhead from Bobby Oshiro. I nicknamed her Mighty Mouse several tournaments ago, maybe in South Carolina. Haven't really brought it back yet. I think it's very applicable.
Point. 1-0-2.
Oh, great dink there by Lauren, pulling Georgia off the line, then setting up Maggie.
2-0-2. Side out. 0-2-1. Second server. 0-2-2. Point. 1-2-2. Point.
Good running drive on that ball by Georgia. Stays down real low, gets her paddle below the ball.
And I mean, what's so cool is so many of the pros that are, you know, at the top of the APP standings now came through Next Gen.
Well,
where we just were last week, including Georgia Johnson.
Correct.
Early on. She sort of since graduated from the next gen class.
2-2-1.
Nice spot by Bobby. You know, you wonder, do they ever really graduate, though? Here last week in Dallas,
true.
who comes walking in? DJ Young comes walking in the door.
I mean, they always come back for more, Ken. They always come back for more.
I think they love the chicken and pickle.
Oh, I
Right
like that
idea.
idea. Yep. Great poaching opportunity there for Stratman. Just didn't execute. Speaking of chicken and pickle, both Lauren Stratman and Georgia Johnson sponsored by them. Love that partnership with them. I eat way too much food when I'm there, Ken. It's all so delicious.
Three, two, one.
That's a sense of maturity there with Georgia. Nice to see her stepping up, taking the offense, being in charge of her own destiny. That's a nice step of maturity with her.
4-2-1.
What an amazing lob from Bobby Oshiro. I think she is easily one of the more underrated players on the women's side.
She is.
Not enough respect gets put on her name.
5-2-1.
I love how all 4 of these girls are working on their fitness. They spend time in the gym when they're not on court training. Just the demands of just everything involved with the tour.
Absolutely. So, I mean, luckily we have a little bit of break before I have to go stuff my face at Chicken and Pickle to conclude this year in November. But next year looks like I'll be eating more delicious food in February in San Antonio, Texas. July, our summer stop heads to Overland Park, Kansas, which we have not been to yet. And then we end next year's Next Gen Series in November in Grapevine, Texas, another new location.
Yep, back in Dallas. So it's all very exciting for these players, and just thrilled to be working with Chicken and Pickle, Pickleball Central, Franklin Head, and just really trying to develop America's next great champions. And we have got the seminars that we work with the players on. You did a lot of work with them last time on how to conduct a good social media channel, marketing themselves. We're just trying to make sure we got these young players set up for success.
All right, out of this timeout, Johnson and Oshiro continue to add to their lead.
6-2-1.
Milan. But I like that Oshiro's putting a lot on her serve. She's trying to get it deep. She's trying to be aggressive with that serve. It's a big part of pickleball. Serve deep, return deep. Maggie, one of those players that can get down on herself pretty easily, get in her head a little bit. Gotta try and shake it off, stay focused here.
Side out. Two, 7-1. Second server. Two, 7-2.
Super short on that lob from Mermenzi.
Seven, 2-1.
Good play by Maggie. Smart
Sandra.
patience. Was able to change the pattern that time.
7-2-2. Point.
Great deep serve there from Oshiro, followed up by a lovely third shot drop.
8-2-2. Side out. Two, 8-1.
Well done, Maggie.
Three, 8-1. Second server. Three, 8-2. Side out. Eight, 3-1.
Great resets by Oshiro and great counterattacks there from Georgia Johnson. She does such a great job keeping those shots low.
Yeah, she does. Keeps it down low, and then she's still holding onto her line, not backing off the line after she makes contact with the ball. Even though the score is 9-3, it's just been a couple of points this game. It really has been much closer than what the score indicates.
Oh, definitely. Just some errors.
Errors and also a couple of pop-ups that happen that I don't think, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Those pop-ups go a little bit lower than, they could easily be up 7-5, 8-4 right now.
Servers, you still have 2. Time in. 9-3-1.
Love the protective eyewear there from referee Bob Swisshelm. You never know.
Point.
Don't want to take a shank to the face. This is a match point here for Johnson and Oshiro. Looking to head straight to gold.
Good return by Lauren.
She'll pull that a little wide. So gold is indeed the path that Oshiro and Johnson will take. Maggie Ramenzi and Lauren Stratman head to bronze. Could easily face this team again in the gold, depending how that plays out. We will head to the Franklin studio to talk to our ladies before they head to gold, and then we are into our medal rounds. Our men's bronze medal match coming up next here on Center Court. Don't go anywhere.
All right, congratulations.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here. We've started with Bobby Oshiro and Georgia Johnson as they are heading to the gold medal match. You guys know each other so well, good friends, play together, get to drill a lot together. What do you guys work on kind of off the court? Even if you're not going to be playing in a tournament together, you're drilling. What's something that you guys both kind of know that is good to work on in drilling when you're off-court training?
I think that we mostly just focus on playing together and understanding like what each other is going to do, when we're going to pull the trigger, when we're going to, where we're going to put the ball. And so I think that's really important really get to know your partner, and yeah.
So it seems like bit of a slow game, bit of a speed up. What kind of do you guys decide is the way you want to approach each match when you go in? Is it kind of feel it out, see what's working? Do you want to try and have some pace when it works? Is there any sort of strategy about, okay, we're going to do this coming into this match, or do you feel it out?
I think going into the match, we always communicate, certain types of who do we want to hit to, what type of shots, and certain things like that. I go into it looking where, I want to be able to be steady, kind of find my chances, but being steady so I can be able to set up Georgia, to be able to, of course, have her be an animal out there. But the main thing is what I feel comfortable is just, being steady. Even if I feel like I pop a ball that's a little bit higher, I know that Georgia's there to really to clean up my mess.
All right. I mean, that's a good partner to have, good qualities. So you're heading to gold. You don't know quite who you're going to face. It might be that team again. Depending who you face, is it going to be stick to what you guys have talked about, what works best, and then adjust if needed?
I would say so. I feel like I go into games, and even if I played people before, I just feel them out and see how they're playing and which shots they're missing, because pickleball is very up and down. Like, it depends on the day, it depends on your climate, the ball. This is a different facility than most that we usually play at because it's covered. So, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see you ladies in that gold medal match. Congrats on getting there so far. But do not go anywhere. Our bronze medal match is underway here on court for our gentlemen as we get into our final matches for them. Don't go anywhere. Back here in Alabama right after this. welcome back, everyone, to our first medal match of the day here in Alabama at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. Lauren McLaughlin here courtside. We have Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow. I was like, oh, nope, that's from the last match. They are taking on a new team here to us on center court. It is Tito Yadro out of Sweetwater, Tennessee, 28 years old, in the blue shirt on the near end, and Jordan Kinney out of Knoxville, Tennessee, also 28, in the red shirt. An unbelievable day for those two so far here today. They lost. They had to bye their first round, lost their first match of the day to Marshall Brown and Stephen Bass, who we saw a couple times here on center court. Had to battle through our back draw the whole way. Ultimately facing once again Brown and Bass. This time they got the best of them, defeating them 15-6 to get into, then they had to beat Casey Cullen and Ryler DeHart 15-13 to get into this bronze medal match. So they have had a fantastic day so far, making it all the way back into the medal rounds. They're looking to take it all the way to gold. Why stop here? But we'll see if Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow have something to say about that, as I suspect they will. Got to see Yadro play for the first time in Atlanta not too long ago. First time getting to see Jordan Kinney.
1-0-2. Light out. 0-1-1.
Tom Richardson is back as our USA Pickleball certified referee.
1-1-1.
I mean, again, Greg Dow and Anderson Scarpa coming off of a tough loss in the winter bracket final to Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold, while Yadro and Kinney have just been winning. So they just have all this positive momentum. They are rolling into this well. Scarpa and Dow coming off of a loss, so we'll see if they are able to just shake that off and play the games they need to play, the strategy they need to implement to try and get that rematch in the gold.
2-1-2.
Good cover in the middle.
Light out. 1-2-1. Second serve.
Since Yadro and Kinney both from Tennessee, I'm going to assume that they know each other. Have probably played together before, as have Scarpa and Dow, both being from South Carolina. of a tough speed up there for Scarpa. A little low.
2-1-1.
Anticipated well from Yadro. Oh, good leave there. Scarpa gets airborne, but wisely recognizes that's going long.
2-1-2.
Dow's there. He just seemed a little unsure about his shot, just a little hesitant on what he wanted to do there, perhaps changed his mind. All right, Yadro and Kinney using that momentum from the winning streak they have been on here through the back draw. Nice coverage there of the middle from Scarpa. We saw them have to battle back earlier in the day from being down, so they are no strangers. Some good digs. Oh my goodness, what a get there from Kinney. Oh my gosh. What a great job here. That right there. I mean, that was an unbelievable get there from Kinney. Keeps them in that rally. And they come out on top.
4-1-1.
So hands battle there between Scarpa and Yadro. Tito coming out on top.
5-1-1.
Good deep return there for Dow.
5-1-2.
Wow, great anticipation from Dow. Jumped a little bit as that got sped up at him, but still managed to stay steady through his stroke, hitting that one.
Second serve. One, 5-2.
A little confusion about who was maybe taking that. Yeah, looks just like Scarpa and Dow are giving Kinney and Yadro a little too many opportunities to try and speed it up because they're looking to do that. They're doing it off the bounce. So they don't necessarily need a ball that's set up too high. But if it is floated up, even if it bounces, it can come up high enough that it's attackable. Oh, just wide on the ATP here from Scarpa after he's got to just hustle to get that one. Oh yeah, that was going to be tough from where that bounced. Dow a little frustrated there. He's made a couple errors. Great speed up there from Anderson Scarpa. I think just hid this so well. Again, very compact strokes, not a lot of backswing. Doesn't really telegraph. Oh, there she is. There she is. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Seven, 1, 2.
Dow using that length.
Point. 8, 1, 2.
Nice spot there from Scarpa. Yadro and Kinney just, they're not giving them a lot to work with. They're doing a great job keeping their shots low, unattackable, getting the speed ups themselves. Yeah, great job from Dow moving that ball around. Managed to push Kinney a little off the line. You can see here he's got to back up to get that. That forces it to be floated a little higher than he would have liked. And Scarpa has the opportunity to attack that out of the air. Oh, they need some of those free gifts. They'll take anything that'll possibly start a little momentum swing their way. Scarpa mixing it up a little, decides to get very aggressive, shake and baked with himself. Didn't ultimately pay off. But I don't mind the thought of mixing it up. Kinney and Yadro have mixed up their stack as well. Good hands from Dow. Did a great job in the previous match that we saw them getting that paddle up to a high position, but angling the ball low, especially with his height. I mean, super easy Ernie right there for Yadro. Dow just gave it to him. He's right in front of him. At this level, you just have to assume every player is looking to Ernie.
Second serve. 8, 4, 2. Side out.
Scarpa been very successful with that one-handed backhand when he gets a bit of a floating ball.
4, 8, 1. Second serve. 4, 8, 2.
There it is again, the one-handed backhand. When he gets it, he is coming out on top every time. Gives himself the pop-up with that speed up on the previous shot. Scarpa and Dow have been doing it. They've made some adjustments. They've been able to hold Yadro and Kinney. Put a couple points on the board on their serve, but oh, Dow just thinks Scarpa's coming over to take that. Even players that know each other so well still have communication issues. Gotta talk. Game point here for Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney.
10-5-2.
And they will get it done. They are on a winning streak. Why should they stop now? Taking game one up to Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow to try and force a third game here in this bronze medal match. Looking to head to gold. We'll be back into the action right after this. Welcome back to our first medal match of the day here at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. On the far end, we have in the blue Tito Yadro, 28 years old, out of Sweetwater, Tennessee, and his partner in red, Jordan Kinney, out of Knoxville, also 28. They take on Anderson Scarpa in gray on the near end and Greg Dow in white, both out of the Charleston, South Carolina area. Winner of this heads to gold to take on Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt. Scarpa and Dow must win this second game to force a third if they want a shot at a rematch.
0-1-1. Second serve. 0-1-2.
Yadro and Kinney are just playing so confidently right now. They know how much work they had to do to work all the way through the back draw into this bronze medal match. And they have their eyes on gold, no question.
1-0-2.
sure how. Didn't look like he was getting super wide on this. Not sure if he was going to make it, but Scarpa just kind of stepped into the path of that shot. Couldn't really do anything with it. Very short return there from Dow, and Kinney tries to be aggressive with that third shot, but puts it into the net. Yeah, just much, much too high in that third shot drop attempt from Scarpa. You'll watch here if Dow gets this and he goes for the third shot drop. He is very high. He drops it in close to the net, but because he lofts it up so high into the air, it can create an opportunity to be attackable off the bounce, which is what you need to be careful of. Possibly looking to catch a piece of Scarpa with that flick. Yadro just underneath it too much, couldn't keep it down. Yowzas. Jordan Kinney absolutely crushes that overhead.
2-1-1.
Man, that's just too easy for Tito Yadro right there. Just up a little too high, and Dow leaving too much available there behind him. Good recovery off the net there from Scarpa.
Point. I'm sorry. Side out.
There. Another shot just a little too low there for Yadro to really be attacking with that much pace.
1-3-1.
Ooh, that's a good speed up right there from Yadro. Little misdirection with the paddle face.
1-3-2.
Keeps it low. Good leave.
Two, 3-2.
Right, this time it's Kinney that sends it sailing.
3-3-2.
Scarpa and Dow managed to tie it up, but can't do much more.
3-3-1. Second serve.
It seems like Yadro and Kinney, when they're getting the ball sped up at them, instead of simply blocking or trying to reset it, they're swinging through it, which is creating these last few shots that have gone sailing out the back of the court. They need to maybe just dial it back, try and reset those instead of swinging through them. Good hold for Scarpa and Dow. Again, they must win this second game to force a third. Otherwise, their hopes of gold will die here. Dow getting caught right in the middle of that transition zone.
3-3-2. Light out.
Seems like Scarpa and Dow have had more success when they speed it up if Yadro and Kinney are a little bit back off the line or in the transition zone towards that baseline. They do not seem to be coming out on top of these hands battles when they're just head-to-head at the net. Yeah, Yadro just engages there, little eye formation as Kinney steps back.
Second serve. Four, three, two. Right out. Three, four, one.
Oh, massive pickup there from Dow. Gotta get up, don't stay back. If you have a good drop like that, I mean, Greg Dow did tell me he's very slow, practically immobile. His words, not mine. I don't think that's necessarily entirely true, but maybe a little quicker than some players, so doesn't quite move up to that net as soon as he should, perhaps. Oh, nice hands in the middle.
Four, four, two. Right out. Four, four, one. Point. Five, four, one. Point.
Another just great speed up there from Tito Yadro.
6, 4, 1. Point. Timeout.
Just wide, and we're going to have a timeout here from Scarpa and Dow, who are visibly frustrated. Just not coming out on top of these speed ups. Had some errors as well, and like I said, I mean, Yadro and Kinney, they've just been running through the back draw, winning every match up until here. They took game one. They have just nothing but loads of confidence coming into this to try and make it all the way to the gold medal match. All they need is the thought of getting back to gold to motivate them here, while Scarpa and Dow just you know, battling back, had a tough loss in the winter bracket final. Not a lot of talking going on between the two, just simply trying to refocus, slow down, take a breath.
Servers have 2 timeouts remaining. Receivers have 1 timeout remaining.
All right, let's see if they can start to implement their strategy a little bit better here, or will Yadro and Kinney continue to dictate how these rallies go? Good hands. Scarpa and Dow, they're only trailing by 3. It's not a lot in the world of pickleball. But more than anything, you absolutely have to get your thirds in, without question. Seems to be what is working really well for Scarpa and Dow is when they have a chance to speed up again. When Yadro and Kinney are a little back from the line, speeding it up at them, and then they swing through it versus trying to just reset it. This worked several times for them. See, Kinney continues to just kind of scoot back each of those shots in that exchange. Ooh, almost snuck that over. Again, Jordan Kinney just crushing that. Goodness. All right, they win that hands battle at the net. Has not gone their way the majority of the time, but that time it does, and doesn't really matter what happened before, only matters what happens now. Good effort there from Scarpa and Dow. Got within 1. Keeping the pressure on Yadro and Kinney. We do have our ladies bronze medal match happening as well right now. Maggie Ruminzi and Lauren Stratman are taking on Alex Trong and Megan Fudge. I mean, Kinney was just sitting on that. It's like he wanted him to speed this up at him. Already had that paddle moving into the backhand position before Dow even sped that up. He was looking for it, waiting for it, and he was ready for it.
Point. Seven, 8-1.
Oh, that time he does catch Kinney. A little bit higher that time in the placement of Dow's shot. I think that is what really caught Kinney off guard. Yeah, I mean, Scarpa and Dow, I think one of their biggest issues they really need to work on is they continually both get caught in that transition zone. They're not moving up quickly to the net after the third shot. Kind of holding back when they shouldn't, or backing up a little bit too much. Certainly not every time, but enough times that it's something they should probably realize it is hurting them occasionally, and they need to just make the adjustments where either, you know, you got to stay back or you got to get to the net. Thank you so much for joining us here for our second day of coverage at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. We are back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time for our final day, which is our pro singles day. We'll have the men and the ladies squaring off. And then 2 weeks, we are back in Houston, Texas for our next Tier 1 event. Registration still open on pickleballtournaments.com for a few more days. If you were on the fence, go check out the info. Come join us in Houston. It'll be a good time.
Time in, 8-8-1.
All right, we're tied up at 8s here in the second game. Scarpa and Dow have to win it. Otherwise, it's Yadro and Kinney heading to gold. Oh, Dow gets hit with that from his partner.
Nine, 8-1. Second serve. 9-8-2.
Nice job from Scarpa. Took the pace off of that, which I think is what threw Yadro off even more than that speed up itself.
8-9-1.
Again, Dow had plenty of time to get up to that net. Didn't need to take a pit stop in the middle. net cord on the speed up. Might not have made a difference, but certainly made it much more difficult for Dow here.
8-9-2.
Again, I think part of the issue too for Dow might be that his third shot drops aren't dropping in well enough. So he thinks he has enough time to move up a little, but can't get all the way to the net because it's probably going to be taken out of the air. Wow, Scarpa just kept him in that. Oh no.
Point.
Pushes it long. It's the right spot, had the opportunity, just hit it.
Timeout, receiver.
A little too much, and we got a timeout here from Scarpa and Dow as they're facing down a match point from Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney. First time we have seen them today as they got knocked out in their first match of the day and have been grinding through the back draw here in our true double elimination style tournament. Can always come back from the back draw to win gold. And then in that gold medal match, the team coming from bronze has to defeat the gold team in the 2 out of 3, which will deliver the first loss to that team that came through the winter bracket final, and then a tiebreaker match to 15 is what decides the gold medal match. So it is a true double elimination style format here, and I think that is part of what makes pickleball so amazing. The excitement of who's going to make it through the back draw and get into the medal matches. Can they come all the way back and get gold?
10, 8, 1.
All right. Yadro and Kinney, match point. Oh, a little too high.
Second serve.
Ooh, Dow didn't quite hit that as hard as I thought he was maybe going to put that away. Neither Dow or Scarpa has a two-handed backhand that I have seen. And that speed up from Tito Yadro gets them all the way back into the gold medal match. What a job they have done today. Greg Dow and Anderson Scarpa are bronze medalists here at the APP Alabama Classic. Congratulations to them. We'll take a short break. I did the Franklin studio, and then we're back on court soon with our next medal match. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Jordan Kinney and Tito Yadro.
There you go.
That sounds pretty good, right? All right,
There you go.
I got it. All right, I mean, you guys have been grinding in the back draw literally all day, lost in your first match of the day. How does the mentality change when you know you drop into that back draw, now you have matches to 15, and you just got to keep, trying to stay alive? How does the mentality change?
Yeah, just got to get off to a fast start. I think we started a little slow in our first match, got after it on the back draw, and just kind of kept one more. So just kind of finished it off.
I mean, again, you're coming off of win after win after win after win, where, Anderson and Greg came off of a loss in the winter bracket final. Do you think just the continual wins in the back draw just gave you the momentum and the confidence to get the job done here?
Yeah, definitely. I think right after you lose a match, you're a little down, so we took advantage of that, and we tried to be more aggressive and try to get in their man, so it worked out.
I mean, you guys probably know each other, I imagine, have played together once or twice. What's the strategy you guys, maybe in the beginning of the day, coming into the match, what's your styles? What works well for the two of you in terms of speed, pace? Do you want to slow it down? What works best for you guys as a team?
Yeah, I'm kind of more the person who wants to control the point a little bit, so kind of take our time, get some drops in, get to the net, and Tito kind of brings the power and a little bit of deception. So just kind of getting up there and letting Tito kind of take care of that.
I mean, you got Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold, a lot of firepower, a lot of energy. Are you guys going to be able to match that? What's going to be the strategy going up against those guys in gold?
Mainly I think it's going to be good on the blocks, because I'm guessing they're going to drive a lot, so we got to be ready for the hit.
All right, well, we'll see if you can handle the heat in that gold medal match, possibly get that double dip all the way back to the back draw into gold. But, I mean, should be very proud of your run so far. Even getting into gold is a big accomplishment. So we'll see you in that gold medal match shortly. Don't go anywhere. We have our 2 gold medal matches in ladies and men's still to come here in Alabama. We're back into the action after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
The APP Sunmed Alabama Classic, brought to you by Yola Pickleball for the champion in you. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pros. And before we get into our final match of the day, which is our men's gold medal match, we, of course, have a Sunmed recovery point of the day to bring you. On the near end, Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt. They face Anderson Scarpa and Greg Dow. On the far end, going to try and keep them pinned back. Managed to work their way up here. Hewitt with the Ernie. The big save from Julian Arnold. Barely gets that next one. Hewitt in the I formation. A little miscommunication, and they do not come out on top of that. But what a scramble from Arnold and Hewitt. We will see them here in this gold medal match. And Greg Dow joins me in the booth.
Hello,
I know you
Lauren.
wish you were in the gold medal match instead.
I do.
But how are you feeling? How's your body holding up? It looks like you're sucking down some mustard over here.
I'm sucking mustard. I actually felt good our last match. So, no excuses there. But, yeah, feeling good.
So
Third place.
you of course, just took bronze. Congratulations. No small feat. But the team coming through the winter bracket final who knocked you into that bronze medal match is, of course, Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt, our number 1 seeded team here today. And they face a team that has just grinded their way through the back draw in Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney. Kinney in the red, Yadro in the blue. I mean, you just faced them. Tough team. What do you think they did really well that got them here into this gold medal match?
Yeah, I mean, they, how me and Scarpa play is just kind of getting to the kitchen and dinking around and trusting our hands, and they did the same thing, just better. They threw in some drives as well, but they are really tough at the kitchen. I mean, they're both maybe 6'2", between them about the same height, and they just make every ball. They got great hands. They make it tough for you to get to the kitchen. They're just a really tough team.
And, of course, you played already Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold. Yes. You know what they're bringing to the court. What do you think is going to be maybe Kinney and Yadro's, what's going to work for them against two extremely, passionate, energetic players like Hewitt and Arnold?
A lot of passion for Hewitt and Arnold. Yeah, I mean, I think, Rafa and Julian have great drives. They're super aggressive. They can, hit a good drive and come in and crash, and it's just really tough. Puts a lot of pressure on you. But I think that Kinney and Tito are better at the kitchen, at least from my experience playing them both. So if those guys can just slow the ball down and get to the kitchen, I think Julian and Rafa are more likely to miss. Both teams have really good hands, but it's going to be an interesting match. Two different styles, so we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. And when you say you think they're better at the kitchen, do you mean in the slow game, the dinking game? Do you mean in the quick exchanges when it gets sped up?
Yeah, I would definitely dinking. They are better, at least in my opinion. Hand speed wise, pretty close. But those guys they didn't miss a dink when we just played them. I mean, they just did not miss a dink. So, yeah, they're really tough in the kitchen.
Yeah, and I think, of course, because Hewitt and Arnold are sort of all over the place, we said it was a bit of organized chaos between the two of them. That can overwhelm a lot of teams. It's just tough. You don't know where they're going to be. You don't know what they're going to do. They just get everything back. And again, I think, the mental fortitude to face a team like that and stay calm and steady yourself and not let it rattle you is definitely going to be something that Kinney and Yadro are going to have to do here. And, of course, they have a lot of pressure. They got to win the 2 out of 3 and then a tiebreaker to 15 if they want to double dip all the way back to that gold medal. So that's tough. But, I mean, what's your opinion on that? There's been some discussion recently on the interwebs about whether or not tournaments allow the full comeback through the back draw into gold or not. As a player, sort of, do you appreciate that opportunity exists for you to come all the way back to gold through the back draw, or do you see the validity in only getting back into bronze.
I really like that you can come back. I think you see a lot of tournaments that don't have that. Guys will pull out and just withdraw, and I really like it. I think it motivates everybody, and it's great.
All right, so Bob Swisshelm doing our introductions as the crowd is getting ready to cheer on our two teams. Again, we have Jordan Kinney in the red on the near end and Tito Yadro in the blue, and on the far end.
Another factor here, Lauren, is Rafa's the hometown guy. He's an Auburn
he's
guy.
going to have the crowd behind him for sure.
Yep, all that energy is going to be towards Rafa and Julian.
Get gold, and these guys get silver. Otherwise, we then have a 10-minute break, and we have a consolation match at that point. Gentlemen, are we ready?
So Bob Swisshelm, our first referee. Tom Richardson, our second referee for this gold medal match. Julian Arnold making sure his side of the court nice and clean. Oh, Rafa.
A bug situation over there?
It might be. There's a lot of little gnats here.
Julian's going. Yeah, look at him. A lot of energy.
I mean, already. I don't even know where they store it. Like, when they're not playing, where does all that energy go? All right, Tito Yadro starts us off here in game one. I mean, already, just like you mentioned, at the kitchen, we have a slow dink rally to start us off, and they wait for the right moment, and then...
That's the recipe right there.
Great pickup from Kinney.
2-0-2.
Of course, Hewitt and Arnold have been sitting a little bit waiting for this gold medal match, so that always cools a team off just a little bit. They got to kind of reheat here while Yadro and Kinney coming off a big win in the bronze. They're already warm. Sounded like a miss hit there from Kinney. And
everything's going right for them.
Keeps it in. I suspect Hewitt and Arnold will ramp up the energy here and start to come alive here shortly. Do you really just feed off of Anderson Scarpa's just wild energy on the court?
He's just a wild man. I'm just, I just look at him if I ever need any sort of motivation. Look at those eyes.
He has very intense eyes.
So
One time it was a little scary.
So intense.
I mean, again, tough because the crowd, as you mentioned, is pretty behind Hewitt and Arnold here. So not a lot of love for that beautiful ATP there from Tito Yadro.
Crickets.
Ooh, that was risky of Hewitt. But again, I mean, we say it all the time, Greg, make him hit one more shot.
Even that point they won, they made it work.
No, just wide.
Just wide after that ball clips the net. But Hewitt and Arnold in a 4-point hole right now.
Second server.
You know, we're going to see a lot of that. We're going to see poaches from both Hewitt and Arnold That was maybe just rushed a little bit. Arnold staring that spot down.
4-0-1.
I mean, what hands
The
from
hands,
Kinney?
I mean, good Lord. Unbelievable.
Points.
Yeah, Arnold and Hewitt definitely not in any sort of rhythm right now. Not playing the style they want to play. Kinney and Yadro dictating right now completely. Arnold is trying to open up the middle of the court there, trying to pull Kinney wide.
That's a good point.
Yeah, really good patience. Hewitt waiting for that ball to just get set up a little high. And again, you got Arnold threatening the Ernie, which perhaps made Yadro a little nervous there. Oh, Arnold was waiting for it.
Another good Ernie by Rafa. Hard to drop on the lines. These guys are earning. Very tough.
0-5-1. Second server. 0-5-2. Side out.
I mean, third shot drops at this level, they have to be in.
Got to make them over at least.
Yeah, don't have to be perfect, but they got to make it over the net. Again, just a little too high there from Kinney.
You're getting Kinney moving a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big guy. He can move, but I think it's a good plan for Arnold.
5-0-2. Points.
He's looking for those warnings early on.
We're on live stream. Verbal
And
warning.
there it is.
You guys hear me? Am I?
6-0-2.
With a couple expletives?
Yep, sometimes. You're not alone, Greg. Don't worry.
A lot of that
in
going
good
on out there.
company. In good company. Nice coverage in the middle.
Good hands by Arnold.
Oh, Eric Roddy wants to know, is Greg Dow single?
Greg Dow is single.
Oh my gosh, ladies.
Eric Roddy, and let me just say right now, Eric Roddy, his name is not Eric Roddy. His name is Abraham Dinkin.
No, you're
Okay, that was his original
Oh.
pickleball tournament's name.
That's amazing.
And it's the best name of all time. A lot of great names out there. His is the best.
0-6-1.
He will always be Dinkin to me.
Oh,
Great
I
guy.
like it.
Points.
All right,
First miss, I mean,
yeah.
really the first miss in the net of the kitchen for these guys.
1-6-1. Second server. One, 6-2. Side out.
Tough spots there. I mean, you can tell how well it's going for Hewitt and Arnold by how quiet it is on court. It's a bit
No
eerie.
come-ons. Yeah, it is eerie.
Second server.
It's there.
Yep.
Where was that in my match? You know,
know.
where was that?
6-1-2.
Zero of those.
They just wanted it more, Greg,
know
I
they
guess.
did.
Oh, good lead.
Side out. One, 6-1.
Here we go.
All right.
A yep from Rafa.
Yep. It started. We'll
Crowd
see if it
getting into it.
continues.
2-6-1.
A gift.
Bread and butter from Rafa.
3, 6,
whatever that
1.
means.
Oh my gosh, you got it. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I mean, you saw firsthand how hard Jordan Kinney hits the
He
ball.
hit the ball. He had one over against us. It was the hardest ball I've ever seen.
Yeah, it
4,
was
6,
That ball was
bananas.
crushed.
The fact that Rafa even put a paddle on that, let alone kept it in,
Unbelievable.
nonsense. I mean, this
They're
is
heating up.
timeout territory,
Yeah, it
I
is.
would think,
It
for
is.
Yadro and Kinney here, because
5, 6, 1.
Hewitt and Arnold are coming alive. And that is what they don't want. Ooh.
Center server. 5, 6, 2.
Hewitt is one of the players that's so good at attacking such a low ball as he's moving through it. I mean, out of the air. The amount of top spin he's getting on those is crazy. Oh, tough.
Side out.
I mean, it's tied up at 6, though. The damage is done here.
Right back in it.
Six, 6, 1. Football. Oh, sorry. Plane the net. Not football. He broke the plane of the net when he went across.
Oh,
He didn't hit the
okay.
ball.
Play it again.
Point.
I mean, that left foot, I can't see. It is very possible that that left foot was crossing the
If
pole.
the paddle is on the net, is that?
So the plane of the net is like a sheet of glass. So if you even touch the glass, that's the fault.
Gotcha.
So you don't have to like fully cross it. It's just literally if you break it even just that much.
Gotcha. I should probably know that as a pro
It's okay.
player.
It's okay. There's a lot of rules to know.
Yeah.
That definitely is a good one, though. If you go for an Ernie and you do not hit the ball, you can't cross the plane. If you hit it, you can go all the way to the other side.
Gotcha.
So it's only if you don't hit it. Oh, hey-o.
Hard overheads. Julian Arnold.
I mean, we got a lot of power going on
A
here.
lot of power.
Yeah, that's a tough speed up from Arnold because Kinney's back a little bit. He's got a little bit more room to work with and anticipate this.
9, 6, 2.
And they have crept back out in front. Oh my, again, Hewitt doesn't expect that to come back. I mean, he's prepared, but you can only be so prepared when you think you have a great shot, and then it comes back.
On the shoelace, I mean, that's unbelievable.
Game point.
Point and game.
Yeah, that's just some impatience and frustration there from Arnold for sure. But it is Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney taking game one here in our gold medal match. They got to win the 2 out of 3 and a tiebreaker, so still some work to do. Let's see if they can take this in 2 right after this.
There's only one winner, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one.
Back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Alabama Classic. Lauren McLaughlin along with pro player Greg Dow. First time in the booth.
First
Greg,
time
how's it
in the
going?
booth. It's fun. Lauren, you got a tough job, though.
Yeah, you know, harder than people think, I think. Oh, what an angle. I mean, we were just talking during the break here, getting into the second game. I mean, Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney, they're one of those players that kind of, they come out of nowhere. They're a little unknown, but they got the goods.
They do. They have the good. That's a good way to put it. Very solid.
So Jordan Kinney in the red, Tito Yadro in the blue on the far end. They take on Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt on the near end. They've already taken game 1 off of them. It'll be interesting to see if there's a strategy shift at all from Arnold and Hewitt.
I think they need to attack more. They're not going to win sitting around in the kitchen with these guys. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, when they start playing loose and kind of flying around a little bit. And again, they're two players that need the energy. And right now it's so low between the two of them. If anything, I mean, just fake some energy to try and motivate yourselves.
Rush into the kitchen a little bit. What did Arnold say there?
Same, yes. Bleep.
It's all good.
He's got to learn to just turn away from the ref and say it a little more quietly. It is getting a little bit darker here now as it's getting into the evening. As the sun sets, it kind of makes the lights all that more important inside as you kind of shift your eyes from that sort of daylight into artificial light. I was a little surprised Arnold didn't kind of go down the line or mix that up a little.
Yes. 2-0-2.
Good speed up there.
I mean, when you're out there, this is a bit of a unique venue. It is covered, but you're still outdoors. Was there any issue with that? Was it a little weird having kind of like it open around the edges with the sunlight?
It's really weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's not indoor. It's not outdoor. It's kind of in between. It's definitely get used to it. Good shot. You know when Kenny's being vocal, they're playing well because he's You're kind of strong, silent type.
Mm-hmm.
0-2-2.
There it is. That's great chaos. That's chaos right there.
Yeah, and I mean right now it's Yadro and Kinney. They're dictating right now. They are comfortable. They have to disrupt that somehow. They can't just get into these long dink rallies because that's what they want.
A couple times, Tito and Jordan have sped up balls that are really they shouldn't have sped up, and they still win the point.
Mm-hmm.
Like that ball was borderline against Julian Arnold with great hands, and they're still winning the point. So it's not a good situation for Rafa and Julian.
2-1-1.
I think, too, you know, Arnold and Hewitt have had a lot of success today. I think they do have really good chemistry together and work well together. However, they're not an unbeatable team by any means. Both of them are a little streaky, can be a little emotional. And they have been pushed here today by a couple teams, yourself included.
Down Scarpa. Almost had it, Lauren.
Almost had it.
Almost.
Next time.
High backhand, Greg missed.
I'd like to see him even go to the middle. Like just he's just getting so
well.
I mean,
commentators curse right there.
I mean, it works out.
But I think you're right. Generally speaking, they got to change the pattern.
Yeah, you got to have a little bit more movement. It's okay to go, you know, a few times to the same spot, but generally speaking, you're going to want to put it in different spots. I mean, and that too is the frustration that Hewitt and Arnold are feeling because they're doing really well and then they're not able to finish though.
No. There it is. Maybe he should go wide to the backhand. I don't know. He's missed two as we tell him to go middle.
2-2-2.
But now they switch up the stack because of that specific thing. So Yadro took over on the left side.
The same thing in our match. We started heating up the second game, and it worked.
Oh, great. Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. The fact Rafa Hewitt can, like, fling his body and still get a paddle on these shots, I mean, that's exactly what we tell players not to do. Don't jump. Don't, you know, flail your body around. But that's just kind of a Rafa Hewitt special style. Oh, we got a ball getting changed out here. I imagine some of the overheads we've seen throughout this match had to do with the destruction of that ball.
I would think so. A lot of hard hitters here. One thing, Kenny's missed 3 backhand dinks in the last couple points. So I think Rafa and Julian are kind of targeting him.
Oh, I mean, as you should.
Yeah.
You see a weakness, you got to try to exploit it until they prove it's no longer a weakness.
Yep. Tough.
I mean, too, and they're getting backed up.
Right.
So they're backing them off the line, and while they stay in it a couple shots, the farther back you get, I mean, it makes it that much more difficult.
Right.
You're opening up more court. It's tough. Your weight's on your heels. Ooh, Hewitt thought that he might have to track that down.
3, 4, 2.
Tough.
And again, look at where he is. He's 2 feet behind the line.
Yeah, they have a tendency to back up a little bit, which works sometimes, but not against these guys with their hands.
Oh, haven't seen one of those yet.
No.
Kenny just gets
Kenny's-
underneath that.
Kenny's getting a little tight. He's the one making the errors right now.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned you have played Kenny before in the past, talked to him a little bit. He doesn't play a ton of tournaments, doesn't travel a lot. And, when you're a guy that doesn't necessarily have the reps that some of these other players do, and you have to grind through the back draw all day and get back into gold, that's a long day. It's a lot of matches. You can definitely start to fatigue at the end of the day for sure.
I think these guys are, playing with not a lot to lose.
Yep.
Rafa and Julian are the favorites, so I think that helps them out.
5, 4, 1. Point.
I mean, again, it's just an unforced error for Arnold.
Just
You just
pressing
can't
a little
have.
bit.
And they do have that match to 15 in their back pocket. And I mean, the way this is going, they might have to pull it out. Yeah, again, pushing them back, open up the court. Come on. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
I mean,
The
wow.
momentum is swinging, Lauren. That's unbelievable.
What a great job from Hewitt, though, crashing the net there,
Yes.
being aggressive, not letting them get reset. Oh, good
There it
recovery
is.
off the net there from Arnold.
They're getting pumped.
4, 6, 1.
Crowds starting to engage a little bit.
Good speed up. That's the formula right there. You leave one up like that, attack.
They do, it feeds them. That's the style I feel like they want to play. And while they can dink, I think it just creates, why is Arnold so far back? I mean, again, now they are the ones getting everything back. Some errors are starting to creep in for Yadro and Kinney.
Quite the grunt from Rafa
Yeah,
there.
that was the growl.
It was
The
a growl. It wasn't
Bear
even a
in the
grunt.
woods.
Kenny is pumped there. He's mean face. You don't want that guy having a mean face. He's big.
6, 6, 2.
That was a nice deep return.
That's on wide.
All right, that shot from Kenny just wide.
7, 6, 2.
Hewitt and Arnold back with a 1-point lead.
I mean, the neck veins alone, Lauren.
Yeah.
Rafa's neck veins. The
They are
grunts.
popping.
I mean, things are looking up for the hometown boy.
8, 6, 2.
Yeah, and this is Again, maybe like to see a timeout here from
Yeah.
Kinney and Yadro, especially if they get another one.
Timeout. No timeout.
Oh, they're being stubborn.
9-6-2.
Just putting out there, I disagree with them not calling one.
Sometimes on the 2 you don't because you think you get 1 point, but I think they should.
Yeah, but if they get one, then they're on game point.
Right, right.
I mean, why let them carry this momentum any further?
You know what? We should just shut up. I mean, they know what they're they know what they're doing. These guys. Need a couple here.
6-9-1.
Again, the jump. Who else can do that but Rafa Hewitt?
Oh.
I mean, I guess St. Mavertil does that sometimes.
Yeah.
Gets a little jumpy.
Pressing a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Speed up from 2 to the point before, and they kind of ill-advised Ernie. They just got to get back to what was working. Sitting in the kitchen, dinking,
Yep.
trusting their hands. Definitely pressing.
9-6-1.
These grunts are just... These grunts.
You can always tell who came from tennis, Greg.
Yeah.
1 minute.
All right, there's the timeout. I maybe would have liked to see a couple points before. They did get the opportunity, though, with the side out. And, Greg, are you joining us for any of these stops to conclude our APP tour? Where are you going to be?
You know what?
Hilton?
Scarpa does
Houston?
the schedule.
Oh,
I just
yep.
kind of
Okay, you just
follow
his
along.
secretary sends you the calendar.
Correct.
His assistant.
Correct. He's like, dude, just pay for the tournament. Like, we have to, and he
And then he
sets
just
it
picks
up.
you up. He's like, be on the curb.
Yeah. I booked a hotel room last night for October 21st.
Oh, all right.
When we
Okay,
got
you're
there.
that person. You're that
Correct.
person. All
So,
right,
yeah.
Greg, we're letting the world know who Greg Dow is.
Yes.
I've been there before. Not too many times, but it's happened. Game point here for Hewitt and Arnold.
Great
shot. Oh, wow. I thought that might have just missed. I'm sitting right on that baseline. That was so close, but again,
Close.
super close, and I appreciate that Arnold
call.
gave that to him.
Side out.
Oh, it's a white paddle. I have heard that from some other players that if you have the white paddle, that you have the white Franklin now and you have that white Selkirk, that it can sometimes disguise the ball as it's coming off the paddle, which I get.
Should be thinking about that right now, though.
Yeah, got to shake that off. I mean, it is what it is. Take it up with USA Pickleball.
Second server.
You could hear like a pin drop in here. Wow, what a get from Hewitt as he's like falling over. Oh yeah, that's. Oh, I mean, again, I was like, oh, too high, but they're right back in it.
Wow.
What a hold.
Yep. Starting to win some more of these dink rallies, which is good for them. They can do that.
It's good. Oh, was that good?
This hits so hard. I mean, it just hits so hard. Kind of framed it here.
Oh yeah, super in. Super in. It did. It happened so fast.
So
I couldn't
hard.
tell
I was
live.
scared over here.
I know. I'm ducked behind the fence. Oh yeah. Again, that's just. Oh boy. Ooh. do it, Julian. No, I knew it was happening. I knew it was coming.
Force.
He's so predictable. when he wants to end, he gets a little impatient,
Yeah, that
goes
was a
for that
little
speed
low.
up.
A little low.
Yeah.
See if they can get a couple here. That'll help.
Seven, 10-1. 4.
Right.
Center serve. 7, 10-2. I saw it skip on the line.
I mean, it did look like it did
Yeah.
skip a little.
It's good honest play, though, by
Yeah,
these guys.
it's the outside. And that's so tough because Julian, I mean, sometimes it's like hit the ball and then call it out.
Right.
Just
He's
in
moving.
case.
It's tough.
Yeah. And got pushed off that line a little bit.
Yep.
And the viewers at home cannot tell, but the temperature is dropping. So it is starting to cool off here in Opelika, Alabama, where we are, and that's going to affect the ball a little bit. It's going to make it travel a little bit faster. I mean, Yadro and Kinney just have not missed a third, it seems
No.
like. I can't remember the last time they missed a third. Oh, so flat. He's been handling those very well,
Yeah.
but ooh, tied up at 10.
10-2.
Oh, I thought that was going long. He crushed
that
that
one.
return.
No, he didn't.
I mean, look at Kinney. He just, oh. Wide.
Let's see the replay.
Oh, oh. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, it's way,
Yeah, that's
way
what-
out. Yeah.
Technical warning now for Julian Arnold.
Was that an S? word?
That was an F.
word?
That
Oh,
was an F.
Oh,
Yep, he
big
went.
one.
He graduated up to F. Oh boy, good timeout here. They're on second serve, so they just need one hold.
They got, what, 3 or 4 points on 2?
Yeah.
What was it, 10-6, 10-7 when they got it over? Yeah.
I think it was 6.
Yeah. Keeping their composure really well. These guys are rock solid mentally.
Yeah. They really have not looked rattled at
No.
all. Just super calm, very steady, not emotional at
No.
all.
It's impressive for guys who aren't on this stage a lot, you know.
15 seconds, gentlemen. Each team has one remaining timeout. Time in.
I like it. Some cheering from the crowd, trying to pump up Rafa and Julian here. We have a match point here for Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney to force the tiebreaker.
Thought it was going to land in.
Oh boy.
Big side out there.
10, 11-1.
Wow. And again, the rest of the tournament has essentially wrapped up, so that's why it's so
That's why
quiet
it's
in
quiet,
here.
okay.
There's no other matches being played right now. I think one might be. But a lot of the ambient noise is now gone. I don't know. I mean, is that going long?
I hit everything, so I'm not the guy to ask.
Okay, I hear you.
I
You're
think
that guy.
I think that was borderline.
Yeah, would have been close.
Yeah. Good eye there.
Ooh, a couple major gets from Arnold, who
Yeah.
was on the ground. I mean, he didn't think that was going over, then gets right back down, the other knee.
Knees on the ground. I've never gotten that low in my life, my whole life.
I mean, you're a little taller than Julian, but clearly great knee health.
Yes. Tough. Rafa's kind of leaving that dink, just sitting up a little bit, just getting it back, and Tito can attack really well.
And what's tough is because Hewitt's a lefty, Arnold's been giving him a lot of space.
11-1.
So a little confusion on that last ball. But they did manage to tie it up, take away the match point. I mean, that is
That ball's a
beautiful.
foot below the net, and he just, I mean, it's a tough shot.
11-1.
Yeah, it takes something off of it.
Yeah.
Match point back. I thought maybe he had a shot at that in the air. Wow. No trouble seeing that time
These
for
guys are playing
Julian
loose.
Arnold.
I mean, the lob on that, like,
Yeah.
wow.
You're like, I would never.
There's been no, I mean, yeah, I would be just tight, just trying to make a dink.
11-2.
I almost said something mean, Greg.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Get away with it.
And the anticipation just builds during these dink rallies. Like on the literal edge of my seat. Oh my gosh. Oh,
wow.
wow.
Unreal. This is a great game right here.
Woo.
Great game.
And again, I mean, it's not done after this. There's either a tiebreaker or game 3. But you'd think this is it. You'd think this is for all the marbles. Oh, the middle.
Had that too. It's kind of a weak little speed up. It just, sometimes both the forehands isn't the best thing because both guys are looking for it in the middle,
yeah,
you know.
Double-edged sword for sure.
Oh, I get a gift.
Wow. Oh, at this stage.
12-2.
Oh, my. These grunts. Wow. 2 mistakes there from Kenny. Miss return and then a miss there.
Game point. Oh my gosh.
What a comeback.
Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. I can't even imagine.
Rafa with the, what do you call that? He's kind of circles in the point or something? You see him
Oh
do
yeah,
that?
his little
What is
like.
that? What do you
I
call
don't
that?
know. It's I know exactly what you're talking about,
It's an
but I
original
couldn't
move, I
place
think,
it. It is.
actually.
I think it is. It's his
Oh.
style of celebration. Oof, game 3.
Wow.
Coming our way. We'll take a short break. Hopefully you're on the edge of your seats with us. We're back in a minute. All right, this gold medal match has been BANANAS. Unbelievable. On the near end, we have Jordan Kinney in red, Tito Yadro in blue. They take on Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold on the far end. Oh, the miss hit from Yadro.
Had exactly what he wanted.
Lauren McLaughlin along with Greg Dow here courtside for this phenomenal match so far. Kinney and Yadro took game 1, 11-6. Hewitt and Arnold looked in trouble in game 2, but managed to pull it off 14-12. They'll switch ends at 6 in this third game.
A little Rafa Hewitt impression there from Kinney.
Yeah, they want it.
They do.
I mean, nothing like coming through the back draw and possibly being able to get gold.
Force.
No.
Go force.
If anything, should be extra patient as you start this third game. Oh.
Tito missed a put away and then missed a serve. Look out for that.
Great pull from Arnold. Sets himself up. Just missing that. Kinney is very upright when he dinks. Doesn't get super low, doesn't bend his knees a ton, but he does get under the ball really well. Oh boy.
Great point.
Wow. I mean,
Nasty
that
back
get
in there.
that get from Julian though.
Yeah. It's too much.
Yeah. It's just tough when you're fighting for survival to turn it into anything really good. Just an error. Bob Swisshelm, our first referee. Tom Richardson, our second for this gold medal match. can't make those noises into the microphone, Greg.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The people at home won't like it. Ooh and ah all you want. All right, Kenny. Couple errors here these last two rallies.
A little tired.
Yeah, definitely, I'm sure some fatigue setting in. Especially when you think I got to win this game and another match to 15.
Point. 3-1-1.
It's a little unusual to have such long dink rallies on the men's side. Oof, goodness gracious. Normally not a lot of men's teams are patient enough to be dinking this long.
Right.
Over and over again.
4-1-1.
Switch up the stack.
Center serve.
Now we're going Julian's definitely going to check that ball. He didn't think it bounced at all. Might have hit one of the holes just ever so weirdly. Happens sometimes. And we'll switch ends at 6 in this game 3. Kenny stays on that right side. Wow.
First chest bump.
No, we saw some earlier ones, especially in that second game when they came back to 14-12. First one of this third game.
Yes. They're going to keep Kenny on that right side. Oh, nope, they're switching. Thought I saw a closed fist. Wow. I'm really surprised that Arnold let that go. I mean, That's
beautiful
a tricky little
shot.
shot there.
Yeah. Unexpected for sure. I mean, you could see him moving to that sideline. He was expecting the cross-court dink. Instead, got the flick up the middle. Really nice job from Kenny mixing it up.
Might have gone out there.
Yeah, when you're blocking it at your shoulder height, good chance it might have sailed long. 1 point away from the end change.
One, 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, Hewitt's pretty good at the ATP. That one just, he's got to come around it, and he kind of went through it instead.
Yeah, he didn't have it there. Tried to force it.
2-5-1.
Nice job. Opened up that paddle face, went to that outside corner.
2-5-2.
Got a couple back there.
5, 3, 1.
I mean, still a lot of pickleball to be played for sure.
Point. Time out to change ends, gentlemen. I saw it out. You couldn't go to me. I saw it out.
You grab mine, Rob.
All right, so that goes wide, getting Julian Arnold and Rafa Hewitt 2-6, triggering the end change. They'll come to the near end to conclude this portion of the gold medal match. If Hewitt and Arnold take this third game, they are our gold medalists. If Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney take it, we still got more pickleball to be played. And in 2 weeks, Greg Dow may be joining us in Houston. We don't know.
I
we
will
gotta
be
ask.
at Hilton Head.
You're coming to Hilton. Okay, that's the weekend.
Not Houston, yeah.
All right, so Houston will be Greg Dowless, but lots of other amazing players will be there, like Mr. Adam Stone. Registration is still open for a few more days. Go on pickleballtournaments.com to check out all the details. See if you can come join us. Always a great time on the APP Tour. And then Hilton Head the weekend after, where Greg Dow will be joining us. Isn't Hilton Head fantastic?
It's great. Great place.
I love Hilton Head Island. Special place in my heart.
This is the side they were complaining about the vision, right?
Well,
Julian
it was
and
more the
Rafa?
white paddle that
Okay,
was the
okay.
issue, so I assume that would be a problem on either end. Not the way you want to get back
Danger
into
zone
it.
here, 7-3.
7, 3, 1.
Oof.
Got what he wanted.
Oof. That is tough.
8, 3, 1.
Guy's hair is fantastic. We haven't seen a lot of speed-ups initiated by Arnold and Hewitt. It almost seems like they're a little hesitant to do so because Yadro and Kinney's hands are so good.
They surprised him there. Good shot.
I gotta say, I am quite chilly right now. The
It is
temperature has
chilly.
dropped a lot. I'm gonna be putting on a sweatshirt after this. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Great job recognizing
It's that
get
hometown
thrown
balance
off.
right there for Rafa.
Yep.
Need a timeout. It's 10-3.
10, 3, 2.
Gold medal match point. Oh my. Thought he was going to pick him up.
Wow.
I mean, that legit could have gone either way, no question. But Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold got it done when it mattered most here in this. Really, the second game was when it mattered,
Yeah,
really.
that was the
Got
game.
them here in this third game and cruised a little bit here. But a big congratulations to Tito Yadro and Jordan Kinney, our silver medalists here at the Alabama Classic. Big congrats to them. That may be their first pro medals.
I would think so.
I mean, a big congrats if that's the case. I'll confirm, but that might be. So we'll take a short break. I'll head to the Franklin studio, and we have our ladies' gold medal match concluding our day here in Opelika. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio, Lauren McLaughlin. One final time today here with Rafa Hewitt and Julian Arnold. We have visited a lot today, but you guys have just kept plotted along here in the gold medal match. I mean, push it to 3. They took game 1, almost took game 2, pushed into that tiebreaker. Is that just in the back of your mind? You just want to avoid that tiebreaker. You want to try and get it done in the 2 out of 3?
For sure, yeah. No one wants to go in game to 15. So, I mean, I just trusted Julian all throughout the day. We had a little ups and downs in the last match, but we figured it out and cleaned it up. And a lot of defense, scrappy, but it works.
I mean, it didn't seem like they slowed you guys down, especially in that first game, kind of made you guys play their style. You were able to get a little quicker, put some pace in here and there. But in that third game especially, what did you guys decide was going to be the strategy to try and close it out in that third game?
I think we just tried to focus on playing a little bit longer points. I think they were getting a little tired. I'm still feeling pretty fresh, so I like bouncing around and making those points as much of a grind as possible. But I just have a lot of respect for those two. Jordan's a relatively unknown player, and he's just in the Knoxville area where Lauren and I spend a lot of our time. So we actually practice quite a bit with Jordan and Tito, and he's a heck of a player. So I hope people are noticing him and he starts to make a little breakthrough. But, I just couldn't be happier with today and playing with Roth and just having a lot of fun out here.
Yeah, I mean, we had so much fun watching you guys. Double gold for you here. Triple crown an opportunity possibly for tomorrow in singles. We'll see how it goes. But any quick shout-outs? We have some more. Is this for me?
No, yeah, if you want, yeah, shout out to my family's winery, Rivara, and Day One.
Any shout-outs before we bring in Ken Herman?
Yeah, my buddy back home, Ryan Cohen. None of this would be possible without him. And my mom and Jim, who are watching back at home and always supporting. And, of course, my girlfriend, Lauren Stratman, who does a ton for me on and off the court. So, that's kind of the team. Couldn't do it without those people in my life. So
I love it. All about community and pickleball. Do it with the team. Speaking of the APP team, let's bring in Ken Herman with our trophy here in Alabama.
Congratulations, Rafa and Julian. The Rafa-ites were in full force. This place was rocking it. They all came to cheer you guys on. It was a terrific final. Our 2022 gold medalist, Alabama Classic. Julian, Rafa, congratulations. We're real proud of you guys.
All right, and that concludes our day for our gentlemen, but our ladies still on center court. No, you're good. No, just still on center court. The ladies, gold medal match is coming up next. Lauren Stratman, Maggie Raminzi take on Bobby Oshiro and Georgia Johnson. We're back right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to our final match of the day here in Opelika, Alabama, where the temperature has dipped significantly. Everyone putting on the sweatshirts, getting nice and cozy. Feels like 66 here in Opelika, according to my weather app. And we have our ladies' gold medal match. Brett Hutless, our first referee. Les Self, our second. Maggie Reminzi in the black skirt. Lauren Stratman in the pink on the near end. They take on Bobby Oshiro in the pants. Georgia Johnson in the shorts on the far end. Johnson and Oshiro coming through our winner bracket, where they defeated Reminzi and Stratman. So this is a rematch of our winner bracket final. Stratman tries to call Reminzi off of that. Some good scrambling back there from Johnson and Oshiro to keep him in that rally and come out on top.
1-0-1. Point.
First time these two faced off, Johnson and Oshiro took it in 2, 11-7, 11-3. See if they have as dominant a performance here in our gold medal match.
Point.
Good pull there from Oshiro. Reminzi has the middle covered, but can't quite keep that down. If Oshiro and Johnson win the 2 out of 3, they are our gold medalists. Stratman and Reminzi would have to do that and a tiebreaker to 15. Ooh, Georgia Johnson turning it up to 11 on that rally. Just really putting the pressure on Reminzi.
Point.
Again, it is dark now here, so we have our covering, which is lighted, of course, as you can see. But still, anytime you go into nighttime and you're under artificial light, has its challenges.
5-0-2.
Good digs from Oshiro, as she mentioned in her interview earlier. She just
6-0-2.
gets the job done, and Georgia Johnson comes in and cleans it up. Yeah, just a lot of pace. Definitely Johnson and Oshiro controlling this first game. Really no errors from them yet. Just playing very steady, hitting all the shots they want, and certainly making it difficult for Stratman and Reminzi, who call a timeout here, being down 8-0 in game 1. Nothing to change for Oshiro and Johnson. Mercha Marario with the high fives, and Julie Johnson cheering them on, of course. Both ladies from the southeast area of Florida get to train and play together a lot. It's so fun that so many players all over the country get to, you know, depending where they're at in the country, play with a lot of other of their peers. A lot of pros will travel, sometimes even far distances, to play with other groups of pros in other areas of the country, but definitely a tight-knit community. Pickleball still very small as a sport, certainly on the pro level in its infancy, so
8-0-2.
awesome to see that.
Point.
Stratman and Ramenzi,
9-0-2.
I mean, they're just letting the game be dictated right then.
Side out.
Definitely some errors as well.
0-9-1. Second server.
Some of our players now
0-9-2.
playing singles around the venue as they're getting ready for our final day here at the Alabama Classic tomorrow, which is our singles day.
9-0-1.
Ramenzi trying to mix it up a little here, throwing up a lob. Johnson handles it well, giving them a game point.
Point. Game.
And they handle business quickly here in game one. We'll take a short break. Let's see if they make as quick a work in game two as they did here. We'll find out right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Back into the action here in our final match of the day, our ladies pro doubles gold medal match. Bobby Oshiro and Georgia Johnson in the black. Lauren Stratman, Maggie Ramenzi in the pink on the far end. I have to imagine our match clock is still pretty low as Oshiro and Johnson just rolled through game one, 11-0. Being very dominant, and I am quite sure they have plans to do the same here in this second game. Stratman and Ramenzi have a tough road ahead of them. They're going to have to win the next 3 games, essentially, if they want a shot at gold. Brand new pairing for the two of them. Ramenzi seems to have struggled a little bit today with some errors, and she can get very down on herself sometimes when that happens. So just a bit streaky from the two of them as a pair. Of course, they're in the gold medal match, so they have managed to get the job done against teams that they have come up against, finding what works. But Johnson and Oshiro might be the team that they just cannot get through here today. Miss hit off the tip of the paddle there for Lauren Stratman.
0-2-2. Point.
I mentioned it in the winter bracket final, but Bobby Oshiro, one of the more underrated ladies in pickleball, I have to say.
2-0-1.
She just continues to impress all the time. Just so much power. Great resets. She's just got everything you'd want in a player. Now she's just looking to solidify that with some good results on the pro scene. Just missing that ATP.
Two.
Good spot from Stratman right at Johnson's feet as she's backing up a little bit.
0-2-1.
Oh, I think we got a crack in the ball. Again, temperature has dropped pretty significantly here. Those DuraFast 40 balls get a little harder, travel a little faster, and can crack a little bit easier as the temperature is lower. New ball in play. Lindsay with the serve, looking to get them on the board here in game 2. And that error from Oshiro will get the job done. Pretty much 0 errors to speak of between Johnson and Oshiro in game 1, as evidenced by that score. Ooh.
Second server. One, two.
I mean, again, just great hands from Oshiro and Johnson. They know each other really well. They have great chemistry on the court.
Two, one.
Oh, what a pickup after a bit of a floating third shot attempt. And Stratman this time pushes it wide. Yeah, again, this really seems to be the only team that Stratman and Raminzi have really struggled to find any sort of rhythm against. Massive drive there from Georgia Johnson. Oh, Julian Arnold almost fell up the stairs into the stands. Nobody saw it, though. I did. Sorry to put him on blast like that. Oh, yeah, that was definitely going out. Ooh. A little low of the position there for Oshiro to speed that up, as good as she is.
Your score is 4. Four, 1-2.
Stratman tried to cover for Raminzi as she was coming up from the stack, but then kind of pulled off of it.
5-1-2.
And again, that's just the kinks you got to work out in a first-time partnership.
One, 5-1. Point.
Certainly, Johnson and Oshiro haven't been giving up too many free points. Oh, thought that might have gone long. Oh.
Second server.
I think, again, some confusion about who is taking that.
2-5-2.
Net cord sends it wide. And yeah, it just really seems like it's one of those matches where Stratman and Raminzi, they're not catching a lot of breaks right now that are going their way. Good serve from Georgia Johnson. She's got a very deep, powerful serve. I mean, you can just hear that shot echoing through the venue here on how hard that's getting hit. Some great gets from Raminzi and Stratman, but a nice little drop volley there. Good recognition from Johnson again that both those ladies pinned back at the baseline. That is a really smart time to try that drop volley. You want to get it just over the net, certainly into the kitchen when your opponents are both on their heels, preferably beyond the baseline, and you've already hit a couple overheads, so they're expecting another one. But a really great shot for every player at every level to put into your mental bank of shots to pull out. I know sometimes lower level players, there's shots they just don't think about, whether it's the Ernie and the ATP, not even part of your thought process, but you got to kind of train yourself into it. You have to work on that shot enough that during a match, it comes up as an option in your mind when you're looking at shots. So again, that drop volley is one of those. See it implemented a ton, varying success at the pro level, but oftentimes, I'd say more often than not, it's a great shot to use. Oh, slingshot there from Georgia Johnson. We saw Julian Arnold come over and give some coaching to Lauren Stratman during that timeout. Trying to get him back in this gold medal match.
Shot out. Two, 7-1.
I mean, Oshiro does a great job. She not only drops it in there, but we're going to have a verbal warning here for Maggie Raminzi. It's not often during a match, if Maggie Raminzi is frustrated, she doesn't get a verbal warning, depending who the ref is.
2-7-2. Point. Three, 7-2.
Good spot from Raminzi, splitting Oshiro and Johnson there. Really good spot, got a little high.
4-7-2.
All right, Stratman and Raminzi picking up a little steam here.
5-7-2.
Might look to see a timeout here if Johnson and Oshiro cannot get a side out. Ooh. Timeout? Timeout? No. All right, Julian Arnold certainly cheering on Raminzi and Stratman. And his advice seems to have paid off here.
Shot out.
Really nice run from Stratman, and Raminzi got right back in this second game when it looked like they didn't have any chance here with Johnson and Oshiro just playing so strongly, but turned it around just that quick. Now they got to keep that up. Big two-handed backhand ATP there from Georgia Johnson. Great job hooking around that. Being patient, waiting for that ball to be in the right spot. Yeah, Johnson, that two-handed backhand roll dink that she has. Very deep, gets a lot of angle on it, a lot of pace. That can be tough to handle. Stratman doing a decent job with that, though.
8-6-2.
Oh, Oshiro serves that wide.
Side out.
Tough when you're trying to build some momentum and create a little bit
6-8-1.
bigger cushion. Really nice deep return there from Oshiro. She does put a lot on her serve and return. We've seen her miss a couple of them long throughout the day, but worth it for her to have a nice deep serve and return. Oh, great job from Johnson getting there. Oh, so good from Oshiro. Raminzi gets pulled wide, and look at her hustle to cover the middle because she knows that's open. She thinks Oshiro's probably going there, and just doubles up right behind her. So smart. Ooh.
Second server.
So this is called wide. Yeah, that looks like it misses it. I think that's a good call from Raminzi.
8-6-2. Side out.
Johnson does love that speed up on the backhand side. She was a little back off the kitchen line. I think put her a little out of position for that to be as successful as she wanted it to be.
Second server. Six, 8-2.
Yeah, that's just a little too high, and Georgia Johnson not only has a wicked two-handed backhand, she's got a pretty good one-handed backhand as well, and she can reach into the kitchen a little bit farther just using that one hand. Oh, Oshiro. Big time flinch, but Lauren Stratman just too flat, puts it right into the tape. We're going to have second final timeout here for Stratman and Raminzi, as Georgia Johnson and Bobby Oshiro 2 points away from a gold medal, undefeated through the day. Our final tournament of 2022 will be back in Mesa, Arizona, where we have been a couple times so far at beautiful Legacy Bellbank Park. Over 40 dedicated courts there. That tournament is open for registration right now. It's a Tier 1 event to close out our year. Come join us. Spend a little bit of time in warm weather. Get out of the cold wherever you're from. Come see us in Mesa, Arizona. Get on pickleballtournaments.com. Check out all the information. Join us there, especially if you've never been to Legacy. What a fantastic venue. Beautiful championship stadium court that they built there. Run a really nice program. Happy to be going back and concluding our 2022 schedule there.
Time in.
All right.
9-6-1.
Still on first server. Good hands from Maggie Raminzi. She's ready and waiting for it. She's got that forehand ready.
9-6-2. Side out.
All right, Oshiro misses another serve.
6-9-1. Point.
Never mind, that was Georgia Johnson serving. My bad.
7-9-1.
Oh, no.
Second server.
Oh, Stratman's going to get a warning herself here.
Technical warning. Unsportsmanlike.
All right, Stratman smacking a ball there out of frustration. So she joins her teammate in getting a warning.
Time in.
Got a lot of warnings this weekend, huh?
7-9-2.
Alabama brings out the worst in people, I guess. I'm just joking. Alabama's great. People just getting a little rowdy. Getting a little feisty.
Point.
Goodness gracious, tied up. I mean, Stratman and Raminzi.
9-9-2.
I'd like to know what Julian Arnold told Lauren during that timeout, because that really does seem to be the moment things turned around for them. Just getting it back, making him hit one more, looking for the error. Oh, and there it is. Again, just hanging in there. Not a lot of great shots. Weren't really able to get up to the net and back into that, but every shot that you make your opponent hit, that's one more, especially when you're frustrating them on defense, increases the chance of an error. Johnson just smacking these. Ooh. Oh, I would have loved to see Bobby poach that one. Oh, wow. I would have loved this shot right here for Oshiro to have poached. Just stayed on her side. Oh, and that is the game. Game 3. What a great job from Stratman and Raminzi turning things around here. Now the pressure's on Johnson and Oshiro to answer in game 3 of our gold medal match. Back into it right after this. I'm joined for our possibly final game of the day by Ken Herman. He's done handling business for the rest of the tournament. Back in the booth.
Back in the booth. Wow. That second game was phenomenal.
Absolutely.
All players picking up the pace of the ball.
Stratman and Raminzi really turned it around. So again, Raminzi and Stratman just didn't get anything going in that first game. Didn't look like it was going to happen in game 2 either, but did turn it around. Be interesting to see if they can maintain that here in this third game. They'll have to win it to force a tiebreaker match to 15.
While I was up in the crowd, Maggie started hitting really great returns, keeping them pinned back, keeping them deep, and setting Lauren up. And then Lauren just does what Lauren does, as we're seeing right now.
And again, Oshiro and Johnson pretty much had maybe one error all of game 1. That was it. And those have definitely started to creep in. It's hard to maintain a perfect game in pickleball throughout the entire match. Pushes that one a little wide.
0-0-2.
I mean, the defense has been next level here. kind of chopped at that last one.
Oh, remarkable get by Georgia to save that ball. Lauren was charging in at full throttle there.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I really think Maggie has picked up on is I think she's starting to read the patterns of Bobby and especially Georgia. She's starting to get her sixth sense with where Georgia's going to go with her patterns, even on that last point there. And she's starting to move there before Georgia hits the ball.
That's just a tough one, but Johnson certainly looking to shake and bake a little.
1-0-2.
See if this gets slowed down a little bit. Whoop, not for long.
A lot of heat out there. You've got to keep that paddle up. All four of these players are looking to be offensive.
Yes, ma'am. 1. 0-1-1. Second server. Zero, 1-2.
Good pace on that drive from Lauren. I remember Lauren saying yesterday in her mixed doubles final that when they went through 3 games, she had to remember to keep driving the third falls, keep driving the third shot. That's where she feels awfully strong as one of the cleanest ball strikers on the women's tour.
Yeah, she's got a great drive. Nice counterattack there from Johnson.
One, 2-1. Second server.
Bobby.
I love Bobby.
1-2-2.
Talking to herself.
Point. Yes, ma'am. 2-2-2. Point.
It's been a minute since Stratman and Reminzi had some errors that were coming in here.
Shot out.
Good return off of Lauren.
2-3-1. Second server. Two, 3-2.
Oh, couldn't quite get the paddle out of the way. She knows it's going long. Sometimes your body's just behind your brain telling you to move.
Well, plus it was Mach 40.
That too. Oh, that just skipped right off that line, I imagine.
Four, 3-2.
Bobby very selective off those balls. You can really see her working the point. Before she went hard there with those drives up at the net, working the point with her dinks and really setting herself up.
Fault.
So the score was called. Stratman realized they were in the incorrect position, tried to stop play.
Held her hand up.
Yeah, the score had already been called, though. So, I mean, once the score is called, that's what made her realize that they were in the incorrect position. So, not sure how this will play out.
Referee correction, we stopped the point before the serve was made. Score is 3-4-1.
All right, so we will replay that.
Yes, ma'am. Time in. 3-4-1.
Oh, just long.
Second server.
Johnson's been a little too much on a few shots in this third game. And again, it's much cooler now. That ball's traveling faster. She's got to make the adjustment, realizing that she's got to take a little pace off.
Well, you're right about that, Lauren, but also from a development standpoint, you always want to see the players play to win.
Sure.
So Lauren, she's going for her shots. She's trying to be aggressive. She's on a different side of the court that she's normally used to playing. So she's taking more of a leadership role there.
I mean, great job mixing it up.
Fine.
She's feeling it, nice and bouncy.
Now Maggie knows she's got that shot.
Yeah, and she went back to Lauren several times.
Yeah. 5-4-2.
We'll switch ends at 6 here in this third game.
Nice clean. Nice form on Bobby. Nice lengthen on that follow through on that volley.
1 minute.
Yep, nice top spin. And they do get to 6, so we'll switch ends. Georgia Johnson, Bobby Oshiro will conclude this 2 out of 3 portion of the gold medal match on the near end. Lauren Stratman, Maggie Remenzi head to the far end. Again, tournament has been done for a while here now, so only action going on here at this gorgeous Opelika sports plexus.
Nobody's here right now. Are you aware of the fact that Alabama's playing Texas A&M?
Oh,
it's
no.
big-time football,
Never
college
mind.
football here. So
Roll Tide, right?
They all got out of here. They're all watching the game right
it's
now.
Right. Football took precedence. I get it. I get it.
Alabama football
That
is
makes
huge.
sense. Bama.
Huge.
Shows how much I was paying attention to what's going on in college football. Not ashamed to say I don't care. Don't care, not paying attention. I do appreciate the woman on the stands wearing the Wolverines shirt, though. Go blue.
Time in. 6-4-2.
All right, let's see if Oshiro and Johnson.
Great return by Maggie's.
Yeah. That was
Inches
really
off
nice.
the baseline. Maggie's had return is one of the best parts of her game.
Oh, I see another Michigan shirt over there. I bet they're together. We got a Michigan.
5-6-1. Second server.
Lauren popped up on that ball. She's got to keep her base down a little bit lower.
5-6-2. Point.
Bobby's missed some returns here. These are big
6-6-2.
returns in this third game.
I think it's good for Johnson and Oshiro to target the middle of the court, especially when they've backed them up, because Stratman and Remenzi have had some struggles in the middle covering it
6-6-1.
in terms of who's taking what. Ooh.
6-2.
Ooh. Talking about firepower. Jeez. The middle. I mean, a couple of really great gets again from Stratman and Raminzi.
7-6-2.
Riley looks like she had glasses on through the fence. Oh, nice drive there from Johnson. Dipped over the net as Raminzi was coming up to that.
8-6-2.
I mean,
Bobby stepped up.
literally 3 points in a row have been up the middle.
Yeah.
What I say, Ken, they're going to target the middle. They're having some issues
Well,
covering that.
it's interesting. I think Lauren and Maggie right now probably need to think about how can they hit their returns and some balls out of the strike zone. Georgia and Bobby seem to be grooved right now. And when that happens against a player when you're playing against him, you've got to find a way to get that ball either above or below their strike zones, whether you're slicing the ball, which would probably be the most effective way to do because the ball's traveling so fast right now in this climate-controlled environment. But Bobby really teed off on that ball nicely.
Receivers, you have 1 timeout remaining. Servers, you have 2 timeouts remaining. Yes, ma'am.
All right, 2 points away from a gold medal. Looked like they were on their way to doing it in the second game, but Stratman and Raminzi had other plans. Oh, my.
Another good return off of Maggie. Now, that time she got that ball high on Bobby, and Bobby opened up. That's why that ball went sailing on her. Smart play on Maggie's behalf.
6-9-1. Second server.
Oh, right on that baseline. Thought that was sailing long.
Point. Seven, 9-2.
Again, can't fault Georgia. She's playing to win. I love that she's going for her shots out there.
Big hold. Maintain a 1-point lead, but
9-8-1.
nipping at their heels.
Second server.
Good return on Maggie.
9-8-2.
She chipped it, got out of Georgia's strike zone.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, Stratman just had to extend so far. Great get here on this one. But then she's trying to cover. Pulls her off. Johnson recognizes that, puts it behind her. Gold medal match point here for Bobby Oshiro and Georgia Johnson.
Good patience by Maggie.
Eight, 10-1. Second server. Eight, 10-2. 2.
On the line with the serve.
Again.
Great serve by Lauren.
Oh, those are massive. Ooh, what a hold, though. 2 more opportunities to close this out.
10-8-1.
Shiro and Johnson certainly don't want to have to face that match to 15. Definitely want to see them stay patient here. Ooh, all right. Had a little drama in the middle of that with a net cord, but Georgia Johnson, Bobby Oshiro, gold medalists here today. But a big congrats, Maggie Minzy and Lauren Stratman. I mean, after that first game, really turned it around, made this a very competitive match. Taking it to 3, almost forcing that tiebreaker to 15. They are our silver medalist here. First-time partnership, not a bad outcome. So we're done for the day, Ken.
We are
Final
done for the
match.
day.
Thank you for joining me. As always, a big thank you to our USA Pickleball certified referees, our volunteers, and everyone here at the Opelika Sports Complex. We got Pickleball TV, Spencer Laurent, and Sam West rocking our production here this weekend. And, of course, the entire APP team helping make this happen. We will head to the Franklin studio one final time. As Bobby Oshiro gets swung around, I will not pick her up, Ken. We'll leave that to Georgia.
Let's go pass out.
Let's go give him a trophy, and then we'll sign off for the day. Back in just a minute. Welcome back to the Franklin studio one final time. Lauren McLaughlin here with our gold medalists, Georgia Johnson and Bobby Oshiro. Bobby, I'm over here. I'm just joking. You're being so serious. You just won a gold medal. I need smiles. All right, you guys. I mean, game 1 just blew through it. That second game looked like it was on track to do the same. They turned it around though, pushed it to 3. What did you guys talk about after the second game that you needed to make sure happened in game 3 to come out on top?
I think it was being about going back to our game plan that we started in the beginning of game 1, and then just being able to play 1 point at a time.
I mean, that's all you can do. You, of course, love to be aggressive. It seemed like as the temperature dropped a little bit, that ball was traveling a little bit quicker. You guys were putting a couple more, things long. Did you kind of have to keep in mind that you maybe needed to dial back a little bit? Was that affecting maybe how you wanted to hit your shots?
Yes, for sure. I definitely wanted to reel it in a little bit. I mean, they were getting great balls back and forcing us to overhit, and their serves were, landing on the back of the line, and it's tough to get those back in the court, especially when the ball is hardening because of the cold weather.
I mean, doesn't matter. Gold medal, got it done. I mean, it has to be always fun to be able to do it with a friend of yours here, get the job done. I mean, did you have a good day with Georgia?
I did. I really did. I definitely enjoy and play with her, and then because we come from the same area as well, so we get to practice a little bit with each other. But this is actually our first time playing a tournament together, so it's really nice.
I love it. I mean, that's nice because you are very familiar with each other, but playing a tournament's always a little different vibes. Any final shout-outs before we sign off for the day?
Yes, I would like to thank all my sponsors, Franklin and Day One and Chicken and Pickle. You're the reason I am able to play every weekend, so thank you very much. Go check them out if you don't know who they are already. Bobby?
Yellow Pickleball and Team Rise Miami.
I love it. All right, well, let's bring in Ken Herman one final time here. Bobby, you can almost fit inside this trophy, I think.
It's almost my height.
Bobby and Georgia, congratulations. Bobby, you're back in the winner's circle. South Carolina, we had you as a gold medalist this year, and back here. And then, Georgia, you've had several APP gold medals, so congratulations. I'm sorry that the crowd, left right away. It's Alabama football tonight against Texas A&M, so they all bolted out of here after you got done. But congratulations. We're very proud of you all. Our gold medalists for the APP Alabama Classic, Georgia and Bobby. Well done.
Woo-woo! Congrats. We are done for the day. We're back tomorrow with singles, 10 a.m. Central Time. YouTube and Facebook, we're back. Plan to join us, but thank you so much for joining us today. Signing off from Alabama. Have a good night.